Yeah, next step is 3 in a row this season, 4 in a row altogether, and then we'll keep going from there. Next up is Ohio. So NXL Ohio, we're coming for you.
No take! Ricky the Boston, no take! No take!
4-on-4 situation. Harris with that forward penetration in the middle. Now Stephen O'Mara coming forward. Now Stephen's going to get him clean. Nicely done.
O'Mara going headhutting on Harris Hussein, and he stays alive doing it, so great move by Stephen O'Mara.
Now he's going to come up here and shoot the can in the back right now. I'm not sure how the can's not dead, but big move right now. O'Mara got shot in the pack.
Yeah, he did kill Acevedo before that happened, and Arsenal going to clean up that last player off the Doritos side.
Hey, I heard him shooting his gun, so I blocked him out, invading him to come get me, to kill him on his move. Who shot you, Elliot? Bang, 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 bang. 287. Back center. Oh, wait, no, there's still another one. 200, 200, 200. Benny, me and you made the same mistake. We did not connect midpoint. I'm covering off the middle.
Yes, 2-on-4 situation. NYX. Oh, that's a major. He's going to shoot him. That's a major.
Upgrade coming through, and it's going to call. They're going to call it a minor.
Yep. Hey, they got a penalty. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay
Taylor
free.
here in the
Stay
snake.
free. I think we killed the snake with the penalty. 2 on the Dorito. It should be kill 3. Our Obama.
2-on-2.
Yeah, but this is just
too little, too late.
Voting's very well for Arsenal. Who cares? You're up 4-0. You've already got 2 wins on the board.
Oh, JC
Win
Harris.
out. Margin doesn't mean anything.
1-on-1.
Yeah, here comes JC. Goes right at him.
JC
Whittington. JC Whittington.
Oh, don't hurt yourself,
the legend,
JC.
47 years old.
47 years old, JC Whittington.
Still got it, baby. Get this man some oxygen.
Oh, man. You gonna let that old man do that to you? Oh, man. What is that? Is that nail? That's a goose egg. That's a goose egg. Way to BJC. Grit, motherfuckers. Woo! Hey, that's the fucking grit, motherfucker. Hey, we almost gave them 3 points. Hey, but each one of us fucking stepped up when we fucking needed to. Hey, what happened in the beginning? What happened? We forgot the fucking process. Me, Benny, both forgot the process. We tried to be like, yeah, we could fill out real quick. Be alive. Be the fuck alive. All right, that's the difference maker. When we are alive. Yeah. Hey, me and Benny both made quick moves. Shouldn't have happened. Hey, we're 120 grit. Yeah, sir. 120 grit for the next one.
We got more.
Okay?
We got more.
Everybody step the fuck up. Everybody's here. Everybody's ready to fucking roll. Come on. Hey. Closet! Kill the closet! Kill the closet!
We got to be alive. Hey, Diesel, America off the break. Hold the zone. Delta money inside.
Diesel! Diesel! Diesel!
Game time finished. Game stop.
Hey, all good. A little frustrating because we should have dominated, but hey, a win's a win. Kyle! Kyle! I'm down to my last. I'm down to my last.
Yeah, I got you. Here, put it in. Hey, look.
Closet home on me.
Hey, I can go through the middle and get the closet.
You got to be careful of the Delta guy.
That's what I'm wondering.
Okay, hey, you know Clint's in the air. Hey, fire, fire. No, Arizona. Yeah, go to the closet at least right now. Cobra money. I'm going.
They got the Tiger King Kuzman. It's the one on the snake side here. Diesel also getting into the 50 snake.
So Kuzman's going to run to his death, though. Tried to bunker him out, not able to get him.
Yeah,
not even a trade.
Yeah, he didn't know that Mouse was there. Mouse just shoots 2 more. Shoots him on his first engagement. And he lived? Oh my goodness. Dies in the end, but I think that was a 4-pack for Mouse.
I need my gun. 40 seconds. I'm on it. Missouri. Kill 4. Hey, 60 seconds. Kill 4. Come on. Fucking go. Way to be. Be confident in your comms. Hey, check the power play. Hey, Dorito 2's gonna go. I'm on it. Hey, Ricky.
Yeah, I think
Ricky,
Diesel's
kill
going to be
3.
pretty content. Undefeated on day 1.
Yeah.
Looking real
Hey,
good.
stay
Yeah, they're
fired.
in the driver's seat. They came into this with a chip on their shoulder.
And if you beat Legion by 4, you're a favorite to win this tournament.
An
Magic.
awesome job sprinting
Yes.
downfield to put
Come
one more
on.
on the board.
Let's fucking go. Let's go. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Get it on me. Diesel.
Here we go. Dinner on you, motherfucker.
I got it.
Guarantee with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye.
Welcome here, 2025 NXL Midwest Open. It's the 3 versus 3 here. The third stop on the tour, and Infamous playing the New Orleans Hurricanes. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey here on center court. Thursday, the battle going down here in this 3-on-3 championship. We're in the losers bracket right now. So it's do or die time in this double elimination tournament. Who's it going to be, Infamous or the Hurricanes? Mike, who do you got in this one?
I got Infamous here. I think they got some good experience. I think they got some good legs on their team. In 3-man, if someone's not shooting at you, you often have opportunities to get up and run. I like seeing Sam Silberg do plenty of that here against the Hurricanes.
Mobility at a premium, being able to launch on big moves, and on the break, it looks like up the middle, Infamous taking some ground. Guys taking big bites with those 2 less guns out there as the Hurricanes taking ground, topside snake, and all the way up into snake 3 here. Pretty quick, actually calling that the snake Rito here, Mike.
Yeah, snake Rito for the Hurricanes. Sam Silberg in that center snake wedge thing for Infamous, keeping him in check. And now Rob Velez progressing on that bottom side snake for Infamous.
Yeah, I saw Rob Velez was very clocked in here, getting ready for this match, trying to cross it up crossfield after taking some positions into snake too. So yeah, that Doritos side, the top side and the bottom side, depending on which side, blue side or red side, it's kind of tough in those Doritos. Hearing the practice sessions, we're seeing most of the offense, especially when it gets to 5-on-5, are going to be up the middle and on that snake side.
Yeah, speaking of which, Rob Velez now moving into that snake Rito. No one immediately in front of him.
Mike, he might have clipped him crossfield, maybe coming off the bunker, but shots dialed in here early as they're trying to do zone control. Not able to do it as the Hurricanes going to dip out wide, back corner bunker. Low side Dorito.
Almost caught Velez there, but Velez able to pick it up, and they kill the snake Rito. So now 3-on-2 advantage. Infamous moving forward, clustered.
And looks like they're going to shoot in that body here. So it's a 3-on-1 here currently in favor of Infamous in point number 1, trying to find this last body in the back corner, and it looks like he's going to get tapped out. So a perfect first one here for Infamous. Early aggression with Silberg up the middle to that 40-yard line brick. And then taking ground with Velez, getting into that snake 3, that snake Rito.
Yeah, nice job by Velez there, developing patiently. He kept the comms up, protected his body, calling money for the last body there to make sure they handle business in that 3-on-1.
No
long-ish point for a 3-on-3. Right?
Yeah, this morning, tons of quick ones out here as guys are just flying all over the field. I think it is going to slow down as we get a little bit deeper into this tournament. Players, it's 3-on-3, and these guys have deep rosters, but going to get a little bit more fatigued, and it is going to start counting a little bit more as we get close to that prize purse. But it is a long day before we get there. But yes, it has been playing pretty quick out here. And now first point Tampa Bay Damage and Chicago. Aftershock is Damage going to be starting from the blue side. And Shock from the red side. Shock going to crawl up here into the snake. And Connor Kelly getting early nice position up to the wedge.
Yeah, fairly interesting breakout by Todd Martinez there up to the South Electronics cannon forward. And now A-Rod feeling no pressure, filtering all the way into that snake Rito, coming even further. So A-Rod... Damage just all looking to that Dorito side. A-Rod uncontested onto their side of the field. It's Chris Shear and Jason Edwards both having to contend with A-Rod, who just felt no pressure and took a big bite.
Yeah, that's A-Rod's stock and trade. Got to put pressure on Alex Rodriguez or he is going to make you pay and take ground, get that crucial real estate. So the guns are shifting here towards A-Rod, and that's going to allow Aftershock to try to make moves up on that Dorito side, but getting peeled off of there. Looks like Corey Hall going to be taking the walk.
Yeah, quite a bad death by Corey Hall there. A-Rod put all this pressure on Damage, and then he took too big of a bite going forward. However, Jacob Edwards dies, so now it's a 2-on-2. A-Rod coming forward now. He and Shear battling heads up, now coming inside, trying to shoot Jason Edwards in the pack.
A-Rod does give Shear the wire, though, as A-Rod's going to be focusing on Edwards in that back center. I think it was Jason who got that kill on Corey Hall. I think as his gun was shifting back and forth, that was a huge kill to make this one interesting here. Connor Kelly is still posted up at the brick at the 40-yard line, but it is looking tough here if they can't put a ball on Alex Rodriguez for Damage. And somehow, some way, Jason makes the move out to the South Electronics can. Have no idea. He just timed it perfectly. I have no idea how A-Rod didn't get a shot in on him, and then he's going to get the shot in on A-Rod. Beautiful job by Edwards.
Awesome job by Edwards. He came over the top and just put enough pressure on A-Rod to free up the move to get to that South Electronics can, and then shoots him cross field to make it a 2-on-1 for Damage. Jason Edwards, he's been making moves like that for decades out here, doing it here in the 3-man.
Oh, man, just absolutely perfect timing, Mike, and really helping his team out, and they get that kill on A-Rod. So early on, it was looking rough for Tampa Bay Damage, stuck in the pocket, stuck in those back bunkers, but Edwards, I believe, with the kill on Corey Hall, turned it into a 3-on-2 in favor of Damage, with A-Rod still the thorn in their side here, but now it's just Connor Kelly by himself.
I really like that retreat by Connor Kelly into that corner. Tried to get lost, gave himself an opportunity to look over the top. However, Jason Edwards just too much. I believe that's a confirmed 3-pack for Jason Edwards. You know, a lot of players, when they make that fill to the South Electronics can, it looks like desperation, almost like they're throwing their bodies away. Not Jason Edwards. He made sure he was gun dominant, created his own window, and then moved with precision into that bunker.
Well, and Mike, with A-Rod all the way on their side, he was in their D2, and he had basically gave Chris Shear the wire so he could focus on trying to get the inside kill on Jason, so he was looking that way, but Edwards just timed it so perfectly that when, and not like A-Rod even had to load, but as soon as A-Rod went in for a beat, he made the fill out, barely made it in. A-Rod came back out to establish the lane. Just a beautiful move from Edwards. That was the big difference maker.
Classic Damage, never dying easy, and now Infamous with a 1-point lead. Hurricanes, though, going immediately to that brick. They do lose a body, though. Infamous with Silberg also in that center brick.
Yeah, I think it's Bell coming off here for the Hurricanes. Is Stu Ridgel up the middle. Infamous also with the body up there, too. Here comes a fill out wide. And makes it in clean here for Infamous.
Yeah, that was Trevor Reeser.
Yeah, Reeser. And here comes a move with Silberg going to run through. He gets the shot in on Stu, and he stays alive and it leaves Camp, who actually gets smoked as well, too. So Sam Silberg now the difference maker here for Infamous to stack up a little bit on this score. So there's no mercy rule here in the 3-man format and 7 minutes on the clock here, Mike.
Yeah, so still a long way to go with 4 minutes and 35 seconds left. Unlike 5-man, there's so much more paint in the air that things can get locked down a little bit more. 3-man, just a little bit more fluid. 15-second, 20-second points aren't rare in the same way they are in 5-man, so 4 minutes and 30 seconds, still a long way to go.
Yeah, I saw some comebacks out here this morning, and some really close battles, so hoping we get some more of that here as we get deeper into this.
What is the purse out here for first prize?
I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's $4 grand.
$4 grand, not bad. Not a bad way to start the weekend. And we're limited paint out here. 4 pods is the limit, as we're about to see Marcelo Margot with Tampa Bay Damage, his new team, Matty.
Yeah, Marcelo Margot making his debut with Tampa Bay Damage, moving over from Impact this last event, and going to be playing this point right here
with CJ Cantor and Chris Shear. Looking at Trent Nitta, Connor Kelly, and Ryan Hoskinson.
Cantor all the way up to the middle, gets matched up here. Chicago Aftershock taking that same spot with Nitta. And then here comes Cantor. Cantor's going to come through and trade out with Nitta. Tries to stay alive in the hearse can. Maybe he got bounced. I think he's asking for a check, but they do lose Marcelo Margot behind him. Uncharacteristic death out of the backfield here from Marcelo Margot. Turns it into a 2-on-2, and somehow CJ Cantor is still alive.
Oh, and he kills Ryan Hoskinson as well. So CJ Cantor just real squirrely and tough in there. Connor Kelly again, the last body for Aftershock.
Yeah, might have caught a bouncer, pretty close bouncer. It is a little humid out here. As a lot of guys getting in super late last night, including myself and Mike, with all the storms here in the Midwest.
But the weather forecast is looking good now that we're down here on the ground playing paintball. This beautiful grass, perhaps the best grounds we've seen in some time, Matty.
Yeah, a decent amount of the league working on about 3 hours of sleep, though, for this 3-on-3.
And with a whole new tournament starting tomorrow, but right now in this 3-man losers bracket showdown, in both these sets, the loser is eliminated. Tampa Bay Damage up 2-0. Just 3 minutes and 18 left in this one.
Some, yeah, nice individual performances here in these first couple points for Tampa Bay Damage with CJ Cantor getting the drop in that run through and stayed alive in that. Again, might have caught a bouncer, couldn't quite tell. Maybe just got missed, but he played it safe. He asked for a check and lived through some heat.
Great job by CJ playing with awareness, figuring out, I don't know if he heard, got the comms that there was someone in front of him or heard the gun, but came through at just the right time. And to bunker that guy out and stay alive really swings the advantage in Damage's favor.
Hurricanes now on the blue side with Infamous on the red side. And Infamous with a 2-point lead to protect. They are going to be losing a body out of the backfield. Trevor Reese are going to be taking the walk.
Oh, but Hurricanes also lose one out of the back center. So I believe it's a 2-on-2. It's Rob Velez and Nathan Abul Hassan.
No, there's 2 bodies coming off for the Hurricanes. So just 1 body left alive for the Hurricanes in the snake structure, top side.
Yeah, they're going to let them roll a little bit. Low bodies, win 1 gun battle, and it changes the whole situation. Don't hear a lot of concessions out here in 3-man. A 1-on-3, not great odds, but 1-on-2, down to roll the dice a little bit. Not going to work out for him, though. Rob Velez playing great out here for Infamous.
Yeah, Rob Velez taking some ground early, seeing constantly players running up to that about 45-yard line brick in the middle of the field. It's a pretty safe run here, especially in 3-man.
Yep. Almost a hometown event for a lot of these Midwest guys. Rob Velez, Nathan Abul Hassan, some of the guys from Arsenal taking a nice little 6-hour Midwestern drive. Not the worst out here.
As a Californian, it's a piece of cake. 6 hours.
When I drive 6 hours in the Northeast, I feel like I've left the planet.
Well, you have a lot more people up there.
Yeah, it's dense.
To drive through like 400 towns if you're driving 6 hours.
Yep.
So 2-point lead here for Damage. Shock needs to wake up. Again, we're in the losers bracket. This 3-man tournament will be ending for Shock if they can't answer the call here. It needs to start right now for them.
It's Trent, A-Rod, and Corey Hall against Marcelo and the Edwards brothers.
A-Rod doing a little stutter step to get through Marcelo Margot's lane. And then Nitta going to release up the middle, so a little bit more of a defensive posture here again for Tampa Bay. Staying 3 bodies in the pocket. South Electronics Cam back center and the D-side Aztec.
Trent in that center brick. Marcelo dedicated to keeping Corey Hall short on that Doritos side. Trent looking for something to shoot, looking for something to kill.
Oh, and Trent getting shot cross field as they did not see Edwards dip in, but A-Rod's back into their D2 again, but this time not able to live there for very long. Might have traded out with Marcelo Margot, though, so it turns it into a 2-on-1 here in favor of Tampa Bay Damage with the Edwards brothers. And is that...
It's Corey Hall against the Edwards brothers.
Corey Hall.
1-on-2. Corey Hall has to go for it here. Tries to get the drop on Jacob. Not going to happen.
Yeah, Corey Hall trying to run and catch Jacob sleeping, but Jacob, spidey senses tingling, put his gun on that sideline, knew he just needed to trade with his brother Jason alive.
Nicely done there by Damage. Hanging tough. Aftershock bringing the offense to him, but Damage, classic, that dirty South D.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've said the bend don't break moment here for Tampa Bay Damage, as they thrive in this situation. They can play fast too, but once you give them a lead, good luck.
Yeah, they gun battle like maniacs. They make their shots count.
Well, it's just coming down to a couple deaths here or there for Aftershock. Again, you're in a 3-on-3 situation. As soon as one body drops, it puts you at a drastic disadvantage, especially when you're chasing points. And just a couple deaths here or there in these first three have with almost no bad deaths for Tampa Bay.
In this one, Maddie, Infamous up 3 on the New Orleans Hurricanes. 3-man, you also have opportunities to take some deep runs off the break. There's only 3 guns out there. There's likely going to be only 1 gun shooting one side of the field. If you get past that first gun, you can be off to the races here.
Yeah, and if they're going to run 2,
right,
then
might only be 2 guns, one to each side.
Yeah, and if you're running a gun and he's running a gun, and everyone, and these guys train and they're really good at running and gunning, but you're going to be substantially less accurate in that tactical situation. So 10 seconds to go here. Hurricanes, just like Shock, need to get it going right now to avoid being eliminated here in this tournament. So on the breakout right now, Infamous going to extend over D side and get to that back corner bunker and makes it alive. And then on a delay, launches Reeser up the middle. But here comes the aggressive push from the Hurricanes on the D side this time.
Rob Velez has it figured out. He's calling R Cobra. Unable to generate a kill are the Hurricanes so far from that spot. However, he comes across and stitches up Reeser in the pack. And then he also kills Nathan Abul Hassan. So just Rob Velez in the corner. Great job by the Hurricanes to take ground.
Well, I like that play call, too, to push the D side, which is, at least from all the intel we got from the practice sessions, the slower side of the field. But we were just talking about, hey, man, it's 3-man. So you can roll dice a little bit more on offensive moves in a 3-man situation. And it really worked out for the Hurricanes there on that one.
Caught a quick 3-pack right there, Maddie, to cut the deficit to 2 with 3 minutes left. Plenty of time to work with if you're the New Orleans Hurricanes. Keep their chances alive, trying to move out of this loser's bracket. Meanwhile, if you're Aftershock, against Damage, down 3. I think it's just about 2:15 left on the clock here, so expect to see Ryan Hoskinson take some ground off the break. Perhaps Connor Kelly also taking some ground off the break.
Yeah, spinning Corey Hall again. Was the last player left alive. Lots of offensive options here on the roster for Chicago Aftershock.
Yeah, and with another tournament starting tomorrow, it makes sense to try to get these guys looks on this pro field. Shooting those guns, seeing the lanes. Get some good intel.
Well, Shock needs it. They're getting off to a slow start, 2025. So on the breakout, Shock on the blue side, Tampa Bay on the red side trying to protect this lead. Corey Hall going a little bit too high up that middle, and he gets smoked. Puts him in a tough situation here again. 2 minutes on the clock, and this is the point. 2:08 to go here, Mike. 2-on-3 situation favoring Tampa Bay, but looks like body coming off. CJ Cantor taking the walks. Now 2-on-2 in the field spread here. Chicago Aftershock still signs of life, Mike.
Yeah, great job by Ryan Hoskinson there to kill CJ Cantor on the inside and even the body count. He's in that snake Rito. Connor Kelly looks like he wants to make a move forward on the Dorito side. Hoskinson always playing with aggression here. Jason Edwards and Chris Shear just trying to figure out the situation, stay alive. He called 22, meaning a 2-on-2.
And burn some time. You have a 3-point lead. There's only a minute 33 seconds left. It's a 2-on-2. And they literally could just stay in this cross. And even if they give up this point, if they can burn another 30 seconds or so, it's going to put Aftershock in a must attack quick situation. They do clip out Edwards out of that back center as Jason takes a walk, leaving just Shear, who's got a pretty good angle. Oh, he's going to switch off. That's going to allow Connor Kelly. Connor Kelly's going to get a head check. He's using the wedge to block him out. Shear moves up.
Yeah, Shear so crafty here, moving into that mini Dorito, trying to get lost. And it just makes it harder for Kelly to come forward.
And it burns time. I mean, Connor really had to kind of push the issue here a little bit quick, and now he's going to get the kill on Hosky as Hosky goes eyes to the sky in frustration. might be it here for Shock is with the death of Hosky, because Connor just doesn't have a lot of time to work with. He really has to put Chris Shear in and just hope that Shear engages him. Shear should just look and try to contain that buzzer.
Yeah, Shear basically just won the match right there by being tough to kill and connecting on Hoskinson, making it a 1-on-1. Connor Kelly trying to send it, trying to hit that buzzer, but it's just 30 seconds left, down 3. Chris Shear turned a 2-on-1 that could have been over quickly. Oh, and he kills Connor Kelly. Awesome job, Chris Shear, putting the nail in the coffin of that Chicago Aftershock, sealing a 4-point victory for Tampa Bay Damage.
Yeah, shutout victory here for Tampa Bay Damage. Looked amazing. So solid individual performances out here with CJ Cantor, Jason Edwards, and Chris Shear really stepping up here for the squad.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Shear winning a 1-on-2 against Connor Kelly and Ryan Hoskinson. He's been around the league for a while.
And he was in not a great spot. I mean, back corner bunker on the D side. Yeah, it's a bit of a fortress. You're not really going to get eyes, though, because you have to just tuck in. But he played it so crafty, and I loved that attack.
Yes.
Attacking when down bodies sometimes plays off perfect. And, Connor using the wedge to block him out, just had to edge on that wedge, put him in, and then hit the deck and crawl across. Yeah, you might get clipped in the pack, but you're down 3. There's only about a minute and 35 seconds left at that point in time. Beautiful job by Chris Shear. 2-point spread now. Hurricane signs of life in that last one. Stu Ridgel's going to run all the way up. Big commitment all the way into their snake. They don't know he's there. They do now, though.
Silberg.
Yeah, Sam Silberg kept his head on a swivel, and it looks like Camp's going to be taking the walk, too, as Infamous flying down that top side, and that should do it.
Yeah, Silberg just having his head on a swivel there. Really aggressive play call by the Hurricanes, trying to get to Infamous's end, but matched up the middle and then just sees him crawling forward, puts a couple in his back.
And with no mercy rule, Hurricanes chasing 3, more time to go in this one with quicker points. We could see a decent, if Infamous keeps doing this, it could run the score up quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Still plenty of time to go if you're the Hurricanes for the comeback.
For sure,
as well.
but he might as well just go for it, right? I like that play call. The problem was Silberg kept his head on a swivel, because if he goes up there with Stu hitting the deck and crawling all the way up, you're basically hoping that your opponents, that Infamous wasn't going to send a body up into that brick.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the tricky thing about 3-man is even up points, you can take some ground there. There's just less paint in the air. You're not so worried about, are we going to lose this guy up the middle? Are they going to key up on him? And it takes away the offense for the Hurricanes.
If you're making that move for the Hurricanes with Ridgel, you're either hoping, one, they don't send that body to the brick, or he goes up there and gets tunnel visioned outside wide.
Exactly.
But Silberg didn't do that. As soon as he got in there, he was a little bit posted up off that brick, kept that head on a swivel, saw Stu and was like, yeah, what are you doing, bud?
Quick little back massage.
Yeah, so, Infamous is looking pretty good here. Again, in the loser's bracket, so must-win situation for these teams, and a decent amount of this tournament to go, with 18 of the 20 pro teams deciding to play this 3-on-3 championship here at the Midwest Open. They're going to spin Sam again with Reeser and, is that Nathan?
Yeah, Abul Hassan and Silberg. Silberg, steady dose out here for Infamous. Letting Rob Velez take a rest. He's been playing well for him, but now no split deck. We're in pure 3-man X-ball. And let's see if the Hurricanes can develop some offense here. Looks like they want to run to the outside, bottom snake. Nope, going to hold up short, go heavy guns. Both teams matched up in the back 3 bunkers. Hurricanes, though, filtering out into that Dorito corner quickly. Looking to get an early kill, unable to generate it. Advantage Infamous there with a 3-point lead and only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, Matty.
Yeah, this one could go a little bit long. If you're Infamous, you just want to burn time. You have a big cushion, big 3-point spread, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Get to some good spots, don't lose gunfights. Unfortunately, they are going to be losing Trevor Reeser out of that D-side Aztec, but they have the field spread.
Yeah, great fill out by Nathan Abul Hassan when he saw that Reeser died to get outside. And I like the move forward by Sam Silberg. Infamous still pressing down a body. They're not freaking out. It's just a 2-on-3. Hurricanes now developing into those red side Doritos and into the snake Rito. They don't look like they know where the bodies are. And that's what's great about moving forward. If you're Infamous down a body, you get lost out here. Slows down the attack for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, coming across now onto Infamous's side as it looks like Nathan's going to get Silberg gets pulled out.
Yeah, just Nathan Abul Hassan, but he gets shot, so the Hurricanes going to put one on the board here. That's huge.
Yeah, he just said we need the time. So 2-point spread, minute and 34. Definitely not in the bag yet here for Infamous. Early death cost him. Great execution on the offense, though, for the Hurricanes. Big opportunity for him.
Yeah, that changes the whole dynamic here. This is not 5-man where you're looking at you need a minute per point to play it honest. With only 3 guns out here, you can take some serious ground off the break. You make it. You can generate some real offense quickly.
Yeah, solid work by Hodges out there here for the Hurricanes. It's kind of good. There's been so many changes in the rosters this season to play an event like this because, you got your roster, deep roster, throw some different guys out there, get them vibing together before the big tournament starts tomorrow.
Yeah, I know he was only the last body left alive, but Nathan Abul Hassan coming over after Blast Camp sort of dissolved and getting some spins by Travis Lemansky on Infamous. A chance to prove yourself with refs on the field against top competition in this 3-man tournament. I like 3-man, Maddie. I think it's fun. It's fluid. Get to make some big moves out here. You see a lot more one-on-ones.
I like 3-man on full-size fields like this.
Yeah.
Because we did a 3-man event back in the day.
Oh, my God.
And that was just straight carnage. I mean, carnage is fun to watch, but I like seeing these big dynamic moves with 3 bodies on a full-size field like this.
This, to me, is a little bit more like speed chess, whereas the 5-on-5 is like full clock chess.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good way to put it. So 2-point spread here, 23 seconds to go.
Maddie, do these players qualify for coins out here in 3-man?
Ari was asked that today. I got to check my stock.
I wouldn't count it personally.
Yeah, there's a bit of an argument. The argument for getting a coin courtesy of Coin Duel and Hormesis is that you're beating pros.
Yeah,
it's a pro tournament for money, so same pressure. So on the breakout now as aggressive play call here, pushing hot and heavy on that snake side for the Hurricanes and getting a safety valve up here with Bell, and everyone makes it alive, so they have a chance.
Yeah, Nathan Abul Hassan gets shot as well. No guns were looking to the snake side for Infamous, so uncontested was Daniel Camp, and now Drew Bell, Rigel coming through the middle. So 3-on-2, a minute left.
Yeah, I was going to say he needs to hit the deck. They're going to get that kill out of the backfield as Trevor Reese are going to be taking the walks to. Rigel's going to get a good angle. He should just wrap around from the other side to increase that angle. And they are going to lose Camp, though, on that side. Rigel with the big bite across. He makes it clean. They don't know he's there.
Wow, Sam Silberg just hanging tough right now in that corner bunker.
But he's about to get dunked on here.
Oh,
no, minor penalty assessed here on Bell. Was Rigel even alive? I don't think so. Under a minute, no. I don't think there was there a body to pull? Because it looked like Rigel might have traded out with Silberg.
I think Silberg lived, Maddie. I don't think Silberg ever got shot there.
He's doing a dance. He looks happy. We've seen some guys, now Chris Shear and in this set a little while ago with Sam Silberg, guys balling out from that back corner bunker on the Dorito side.
It's wide, it's low, you can switch between sides, you can move forward there a little bit. It's a perfect safety valve bunker on the more defensive side of the field. Sam Silberg hanging tough there, not giving up in the low body situation.
I love that. I coach divisional teams, shout out to Moral Enemy and Alliance out on the West Coast. Always preaching how important it is to stay mentally focused and composed and be tenacious in low body situations. Don't care what the numbers are. You need to believe 100% you still have a chance to win that point. And we've seen that now from Chris Shear and Sam Silberg. Beautiful job. That's pro level, perfect performance out there in a low body moment.
Yeah, you do see people in those situations sometimes just hanging a little loose, thinking the point's over instead of doing everything possible to suck in, put a shot on someone, turn the tide.
Or make a big move that's unexpected. Of course, you got to stay alive to do that. But, yeah, just love seeing that. It's so crucial if you want to win paintball tournaments. And now puts the Hurricanes in a tough spot. They got a bit of a gift, Infamous getting a bit of a gift. That minor penalty assessed brings it back to a 3-point spread, which pretty much makes this
Curtains.
Curtains here for the Hurricanes. Going to be packing their bags, getting ready for the big tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, and they got to take the lesson there, right? Sloppy close there changes the situation from down 1 with 30 seconds left to down 3, Maddie.
Yeah, it's tough when you're it's being able to read and react in real time to figure out. We saw this in that shock match as well, too, where, A-Rod's all the way up here getting multiple guns shot his way. You have to, as his teammate, you have to identify, okay, he's in a really good spot. He's taking a ton of pressure off me. Let me safely, now I got to get in the game and make that move up the field. So Ridgel's all the way on their side, and, he's the one kind of taking that pressure off. That's when everyone else has got to take advantage of that.
1 minute left to go. 3-point lead. 1 minute to the point. I think it's about 30 seconds left on the game time.
Yeah, I think it was like
here.
35-ish.
Yep. Little opportunity to do a little run and gun practice.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be starting down a body. Unfortunate here. Going to send Hodges back out here with, who's that? Williamson going to get a spin.
2 on 3 off the break. I mean, I think you just run and shoot these guys. Send them real far.
I agree.
Try to draw a major penalty.
Either that or you have to go. What your option is to run fast. If you're the Hurricanes, you either run far and fast and hope you run through the lanes, or you go heavy guns, hope you get a quick kill.
Right.
And then even it up. But the problem is they're chasing 3.
There
with
is a
34,
third option,
35
Maddie.
seconds. 35 seconds is 10-second points. Good luck.
There's a third option where you shoot a guy and then you try to bait him into shooting you and scream for a major.
For a second, I thought you were going to say shoot him from the grandstand.
Jeremy Salm, shout out.
So on the breakout, they decide to run into the guns and take some ground. Problem is the time, as looks like Hodges is going to be coming off. And Williamson also getting shot as well, too. Infamous does not need this point. Spread is meaningless here as we are in a bracketed tournament here. Takes it down to 2. Runs the score up a little touch here. Final score going to be 6-2 in favor of Infamous.
They look good, Infamous, in this 3-on-3 format.
They did, and damage looked really good as well, too.
That'll be it for the New Orleans Hurricanes and Chicago Aftershock.
Yeah,
going home.
That is going to do it. So I think it's going to be Diesel taking on Dynasty next, and I'm not sure who else is in that set. And I believe Tonons, and not sure who Tonons are playing. So still a lot more paintball coming at you here. Pro 3 vs 3 here at the Midwest Open. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffries. We'll be right back.
Winning 3 in a row is absolutely insane. So few teams have done it. I believe we're the 3rd pro team to have ever won 3 straight events.
I think the other teams hope that they can put as much work and time into it as we do. I wish them good luck in those situations, but I feel like we're going to be able to work harder than anybody else in the league. And as we've shown, we're going to continue to win tournaments.
Now with back-to-back wins, I feel like that's a stepping stone that we reached, and the goal is to keep winning. try to win as many as possible, win a series. That's the next steps, and it's always trying to get better, trying to progress as owners, players, teammates, brothers, friends, everything we can. Just keep progressing in life, and that's the goal.
Yeah, next step is 3 in a row this season, 4 in a row altogether, and then we'll keep going from there. Next up is Ohio. So NXL Ohio, we're coming for you.
We are back here. 2025 NXL Midwest Open, third stop on the tour. It's the 3-man championship going down right now. Tonons with the second place in Atlantic City. Here taking on Energy. And on the breakout right now, Tonons on the red side going to be taking some ground with Spitzma up the middle.
Yeah, they got Marky Franz and Patino. Is that Diego? Diego Patino? I don't recognize this player. Tonons going to their bench in a 3-man losers bracket situation. Energy Elite having some roster upheaval right before this event started, cutting Damian Vasquez and Evan Manners the day after their weekend practice. So
no Evans.
Yeah, Evan Manners.
Ethan Adams.
Yeah, no Ethan Adams as well, who's taken a step back from paintball for now. So, you know, useful situation for Energy Elite with a fairly new roster to have this 3-man tournament opportunity to get some gel time in.
Yeah, I think that's actually really good. They're playing this 3-man tournament here with the big roster upheaval. Still 3-on-3 situation here. 7 minutes on the clock if you're just tuning in. This is the 3-man championship. It's no mercy rule, limited paint.
Yeah, 4 pods per player. You cannot give your pods to your teammates at the start box. I know there's some gamesmanship with that in the NXL Europe, but not allowed here. Little 3-on-3 experiment with $4,000 on the line here.
Yeah, Patino in a pretty good spot right here in the Snake Rito, as we've been calling it, and he's going to go right up to the 50-yard line, wrap around, puts the Tonons in a good spot.
What I'm noticing, Maddie, is that even when you get penetration on this side, there's nothing for free when you get up there. We saw with A-Rod in that last point, or last match, getting far up the field against damage, but not having any free kills. So Patino, good job getting forward, but
I think if you take the ground, you have to capitalize early on the move, because if you don't, you're playing pro paintball players, and they're just going to tighten it up, and then you now have to just respect their guns and be alive in that spot and bide your time on the gunfight. So Patino content to chill here at the 50 with Spitzma up the 50. So better field position here for the Tonons in point number 1, burning a little bit of this clock off. One of the longer 3-on-3 points we've seen out here. Energy Elite, good position. Oh, getting shot cross field though.
I think that must have been Spitzma, I believe, from that center brick. So 3-on-2 for the Tonons.
Marky, as I say, sorry, Mike, I think he needs to get out of that back center. Yeah, so Marky Franz going to release as Spitzma gets past the 50 to the Hertz Tower.
Spitzma, ooh, shoots Austin Buffton in the elbow from that Hertz Tower. Nicely done. 3-on-1. Energy Elite going to concede, save some time. Tonons coming off their second place, near victory. Yeah. Heartbreaking loss in Atlantic City, trying to build from that performance.
Yeah, such a rough situation for the Tonons. Again, congratulations to them for making it deep after having a rough first event. But if it was not raining in Atlantic City, the Tonons would have won that game. There's no way that Axelgod doesn't hit that buzzer unless that, he slips and falls. So, yeah, they want a little redemption here. But looking good in point 1. Played it smart, took a little ground early with Spitzma up the middle, and then Patino developing nicely on the Snake side. Jumping into this one with Diesel and NYX. NYX dropping, had a big lead on Dynasty early and allowed Dynasty to come back. Did come down to a one-on-one situation at the very end with Blake Yarber getting the win. Now BJ Henneberg in a pretty good spot. in Snake Rito.
They did lose a body off that Doritos side, did AC Diesel, so 3-on-2 advantage for NYX. Nico Acevedo in that Snake Rito. Now Will Hennessy getting up into the blue Doritos. Harris Hussein in the back center connecting. So NYX, they started so well against Dynasty. It kind of felt like once Harris started chirping, it started going poorly for them. Oh, and Nico Acevedo going to get shot in the back there. Great cross-field kill by BJ Henningberg there.
That was massive for BJ to get that kill. Now it turns it into a 2-on-2 with a little bit better field position here with the field spread for Diesel.
The difficulty here is BJ and I believe that's Alex Goldman are just, they're so far away you can get a little disconnected. Or is that Jesse Stevens? I believe it's Jesse Stevens in that corner there for AC Diesel. Will Hennessy and Harris Hussein can see each other and communicate a little bit more easily, although they're not saying anything right now. So both teams look seemingly unsure of where the remaining bodies are.
Well, Nico has been walking slowly off the field, so they must know it's a 2-on-2. I think that's Mouse. BJ engaging with Harris. And now Mouse is going to launch. Gets up into D2. Even better cross-field spread here. Things looking pretty good for Diesel. Hennessy in a good spot as well. But those Doritos are slightly inset, so you have to go up into D3 to really get any sort of gunfight down the sideline here.
Yeah, Harris is in a tough spot with both wires pressed. Oh, and now Will Hennessy just going to die. Great job again by BJ to hop outside wide and put a shot on Hennessy down the wire. Like you said, Maddie, no wire shot available there. Now he's looking
but he got creative on it.
Yep.
It was perfect. BJ's playing really solid here in point number 1, trying to stack up a 3-pack of kills. And he does. BJ Henningberg clocking in for Diesel. Good job by Alex Goldman over there on the D side as well.
You know what's nice about 3-man in these situations is you can kill a guy in front of you 3 times and put up a nice clean 3-pack. It's so good for your confidence. I don't care if you're playing a 3-man tournament or going into a 5-man tournament. You shoot 3 guys in a point and hit that buzzer, you feel good.
Absolutely. So now Energy Elite down by 1 to the Tauntauns. Calm, methodical aggression out of the Tauntauns in point 1.
Yep. Good connection there. Again, trying to build on their performance from Atlantic City. Maddie, I'd like to propose that no one call Marquis Franz white smoke anymore. I think he needs to be Fumée Blanche when he plays for the Tauntauns.
I have a terrible French accent when I try to speak it, so I'm going to let you do that call. Oh, Bettino. So this time he played so methodical in point 1, but just a little too much, too big of a bite over there. Cost him a body. So it's a 3-on-2 advantage here for Energy Elite.
Yeah, you're going to make moves like that. You got to know where the body in the middle is. Askern there, number 7 for Energy Elite. He's been their standout player so far this year. Did a great job to pick him up on the move forward into the Snake Rito.
It might have been some bad comms for the Tauntauns, but still, that's that position in the middle of the field. You have to play like that one's hot until you know it's not. Caution the brick all the time.
Austin Buffton in the back center playing over the top, communicating with his boys forward. Marquis Franz out into that South Electronics can. Hugo Verhage in that Dorito corner. Askern now coming forward onto Tauntaun's side of the field in this 3-on-2 situation.
Well, when I saw the tumultuous changes to the lineup, it's good to see Askren still on the line for Energy Elite, as he's become quite the player in his body and shape and looking really good. Energy Elite soul-crushing 7 overtime losses in a row for them.
Hard to
start the year.
Hard to actually comprehend how that happens, but Askren now all the way onto the Tauntauns wedge on their Snake side. Austin Buffton still in the back center, though. He's got to develop some offense there.
He must have heard you, because now Buffton transitions nicely out to the South Electronics can. Yeah, good comms. Buffton getting himself in this point nicely.
Yeah, now developing to the outside. Down 1, just 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, Maddie. Much lower scoring contest here in this one. If you're Energy Elite, the more time comes off, the more important this 3-on-2 becomes.
Yeah, double stack of bodies, basically an island drill here for Buffton as he needs to stay alive in this 3-on-2. They do let the Tauntauns get out and up, and then here comes the attack as Marquis Franz Jr. is going to go all the way into that topside Snake 3, that Snake Rito.
And he killed Askren, so now it's a 2-on-2. Great move by Fumi Blanche right there. He played so great in that finals against Paintball Fit. It wasn't enough, but that move forward. Oh, and now he dips back. He does get picked up.
Though, on the tactical retreat. Ref going to come in and check out Energy Elite. Looks like he's good to go. It's 2-on-1 now. Still in favor of Energy.
And now all the way onto the Tauntaun Snake one. Hugo Verhage can't hang, so... Man, it looked like Marky Franz was going to turn the tide in favor of the Tauntauns there, but just too much Energy Elite in the end. Is that Del Signor, I believe, for Energy Elite there, hitting the buzzer, Austin Buffton. Once he started developing on that Snake side for Energy, that kind of changed the situation. Too much pressure for the Tauntauns there. So now a tie game in that one. Now we got...
I think that was Corey Walter wearing Buffton's jersey on the top side. I believe.
I saw a Dell on the back. I thought it was Danny Del Signor for Energy Elite, right above him.
I don't think so.
Okay. Now Diesel, NYX. Both teams getting all three bodies out alive here off the break.
Still in the losers bracket. So must-win situation for both of these squads. NYX taking some ground from the red side, getting into Snake 2. But there goes the move into the Snake for Diesel as well. Gonna get out of that back center, so Diesel developing. Two bodies going towards this bottom side, the Dorito. It's worked out though. D-side attack has worked out here in this three-man competition quite a bit. Snake side a little bit easier to get up and across.
Yeah, both teams in the Snake Rito now. Got 88. Kalea for NYX. I believe it's Mouse. Nope, it's BJ perhaps. Up in the Snake for AC Diesel. Kalea getting on the wrap here.
Yeah, Goldman's over here, the insert Aztec D side, and they get the crossfield kill. So New York Extreme down to just two bodies. One body advantage for Diesel. See what they can do with it. Up a point.
Oh, that's a Lackey.
Longer points here, Mike.
Yeah.
Down to 332. Trying to keep us on schedule.
Yeah, it was Jared Lackey in the Snake Rito for AC Diesel, but Kalea now pushing it down bodies. Ooh, the player in the back center for NYX really feeling the pinch now as Lackey develops on the Snake side for AC Diesel.
Yeah,
Kalea
getting into the 50-yard line, and Mal's about to run him down. And a point going to be conceded here. That should go in favor of AC Diesel as they had Lackey in the crucial spot over there. Silos Cortez still alive. Love the read and react to drop the hammer for Golden. Beautiful job.
20 seconds.
Now Tauntauns. Patino getting tons of spins out here in this three-man. Might be trying to get looks out of him, see what he's got. Maybe going to work his way into a starting lineup.
Mike, he was great in the first one, and then either got some bad comms or a bad read in point two. So see if we can get it together here. Yeah, we haven't seen Konstantin Fedorov yet. Maybe resting him for the big tournament. He is here. He is on site. I saw him this morning. Said congratulations on the second place. He said, yeah, don't care about second places, Maddie. You know that. And I was like, I know. I just wanted to say you guys played really well to get there. He's like, well, I appreciate that.
I love the politely decline. Congratulations. Now Patino gets into that Snake 2 for the Tauntauns, being much more cautious going forward, wary of Askern in the middle.
60 seconds.
Down to 60 seconds here.
We go straight to one-on-ones in the early rounds of this three-man tournament. No overtime, so this goes another 48 seconds. We'll be seeing a one-on-one showdown. Fans love it, and we love it up here. I believe I can speak for you on that one, Maddie.
Oh, yeah. Huge fan of the one-on-one situation at the end of a match. Bring your heroes out, have them do battle. Could see that here. Like you said, Mike, down to 30 seconds, and neither team really pushing the issue much.
Yeah, we don't see the posture here. Oh, but Askren does die, so we could see the Tauntauns getting their horses. Patino just called it. Hugo has penetration on the Dorito side. Just 19 seconds left. That action has to come now if you're the Tauntauns.
They Could get some penetration up the middle as Marky Franz is going to launch past the 50-yard line. Time ticking off the clock down to just 8 seconds. I don't think they're going to have enough time. Here comes Marky Franz Jr. As he's going to commit. He gets 1. Does he get 2? He does. He get to the buzzer in time? I don't think he does. Needed about a half a second more.
Shades of Atlantic City once again, Maddie. The Tauntauns haunted.
As I felt a raindrop from the sky, the rain cost him the tournament win in Atlantic City. And don't think it was the rain here, just a little bit of a too little late push from Marky Franz. He got the perfect read on it, just about a half second too late, and it will go to one-on-ones.
Wow. Dramatic ending there. Saw the seam, went for it, but just a second too late. I see Fabrice Colombo also not geared up here for the Tauntauns, so I believe they're resting the vets out here, but young guys hanging. Now, NYX down 2 against AC Diesel. I see Raymond Bucco getting his first spin and his pro debut for NYX up there on the snake side.
Yeah, NYX also looks like Hennessy taking a bouncer, trying to get into that back quarter bunker, and then cuts through the inside lane to get up into D2. Love that move. Here comes Harris Hussein in a casual jaunt up into that brick, and Hennessy down to 2:45 on the clock, tries to get through the gap into that 50 and gets clipped. Good zone control here for Diesel. Fighting out of the pocket, Mike.
Yeah, nice job by Spica. Spica playing that Dorito side, Aztec on the inside. We're going to see a healthy dose of that all weekend long. Those are the best eyes up the middle. Catches Hennessy coming forward. Harris Hussein and Raymond Bucco dying in short order afterwards. So AC Diesel going to go up 3-0 here.
And no concession here. Okay, now finally a concession from Extreme. They're going to go down by 3. Looked like a potential penalty was thrown there as a running referee came to pull out Harris. And they need every one of those precious seconds on the clock to attempt a comeback. Going to be jumping into a one-on-one battle. Who is going to come out for the Tauntauns and Energy Elite to keep themselves in this tournament? Again, here in the losers bracket, do or die moment. It's going to be Hugo Verneghi. He's going to be taking the field as, again, Axel Godin lost the one-on-one to lose them the tournament in Atlantic City.
And it's Connor Nelson for Energy Elite. I think that's who I was calling Del Signor before. Nelson, number 21.
So Nelson on the blue side here for Energy Elite. Hugo for the Tauntauns on the red side. Hugo a little bit more aggressive into the South Electronics can to start out. Nelson chilling in the back center still. Hugo dips into the snake.
Nelson picks him up, throws some paint in that direction. Hugo figures out where he is. Sometimes you can triangulate the paint, figure out where your opponent is. Now coming forward. Ooh, thought he put a heater in on Nelson.
Hugo puts him in. Nelson gets pushed back into that back center, changes angles, goes outside. He's going to have to load. Hugo takes advantage of it and gets to the 50-yard line.
Hugo really dictating the pace here, but Nelson so far hanging tough. He's got enough height to play over the top of that Aztec.
Oh, and Nelson going to get the shot here on Hugo. And the one-on-one's just not going the Tauntauns' way in 2025, and that's going to knock them out of this 3-man here.
It's shocking to me, Maddie, that the Tauntauns just lost by failing to hit the buzzer, needing 1 extra second to hit the buzzer in a low-body situation, and then losing a one-on-one. Just exactly the manner that they lost in Atlantic City.
Yeah, when I was talking to Konstantin Fedorov, and he was wasn't complaining, but he was saying, you know, Maddie, the paintball gods did not favor us in that final match. And I couldn't disagree with him. I'm like, yeah, but they definitely favored you guys en route to that final match. Controversial call against Dynasty, went their way. And he's like, yeah, absolutely. But when it mattered, when it mattered. But like you said, Mike, exactly the script, the same here, unfortunately, for them in this 3-man.
If I'm Coach Pascal, I'm finding a bundle of sage, and I'm burning it in the pit. I'm smudging the pit tomorrow morning before my first game.
Call in an exorcist. Is there a Catholic church around here?
We're
in the Midwest. There's got to be.
3-on-3. NYX got to have it. Down 3 points with just 2 minutes left to go. Nico Acevedo coming for it all the way on to the Diesel side of the field. Completely uncontested until he takes the overbite. Silos eats him, also eats Harris. So AC Diesel just hanging tough. 3-on-1. Nice job by Silos there.
Tell you what, Silos looking pretty good. Same with BJ. They were on our flight last night coming in from Baltimore. I know these guys did not get much sleep last night, but they're looking pretty fresh.
Man, Silos has just been a different player for AC Diesel. I think he's been playing with the right sense of gas pedal, knows when to hit the brakes as well. AC Diesel, you know, had their blow up at World Cup. Perhaps a good dark horse out here, Maddie.
Oh, for sure. Diesel, 8th place after the first event. Currently sitting in 9th with an 8th and a 9th, 2 Sunday appearances. Did get blown out by PB Fit after beating them in the prelims. But I totally agree with you. I think that they're tuned up and ready to make a deep run on Sunday.
Yeah. Such a really, really challenging top half of the league so far this year. You know, bottom half of the league, there's some weak spots right now, Maddie.
Well, let's see event 3 here, Mike.
Yeah.
Very interested to see how some of the teams sitting bottom of the barrel in the Pro Division look now with no excuses as far as training and, you know, the off-season real-life stuff kicks in. But, you know, when you live in that dream, making it into the best players and teams in the world play here in Major League Paintball, they play in the NXL. But, yeah, some stories developing down to see, because, you know, one team is going to get relegated. Currently, Leverage is in 20th place. It's been a rough year for them, so we'll kind of have to see how things play out. Energy Elite, depending, big roster changes for them. So many close matches that they've had, but unfortunately all losses.
Yeah.
But if you look at their plus-minus versus, say, Leverage's plus-minus, it's been a lot more brighter days even in those losses and good looks for Energy Elite. But we'll see. That's why we play. That's why we shoot the paintballs in anger at each other out here.
Yeah, I'd like to see Aftermath take a step forward. They've underperformed so far this year. Well, let's see here. 4-0 lead for AC Diesel. There is no mercy rule in 3-man out here. Let's see if NYX can get some offense going. Gonna need it with just a minute 35 left on the clock. They go more or less backfield heavy guns, unable to generate a kill as well. But Harris now sharking. Maybe like a hammerhead shark.
Well, they're going the aggressive side, snake side, the top side and the bottom side, depending on which side you're starting from. That is the easier place to go to get bodies upfield early, and that's where New York Extreme is. They're past the 50-yard line, still looking at 3 guns, though.
Maddie, what I'm seeing out here on this field is that teams that can hang tough in those back 3 bunkers can really live and are tough to dig out. Tampa Bay Damage now AC Diesel. They do lose. Can't see who that was out of the back center. Now here comes Harris.
But even if they lose this point, you just need to start burning some clock off, because you still have sitting on a pretty giant, now it's going to be a 3-point lead, but with 48 seconds left to go, this one should be over, barring some sort of story I'll be telling 10 years from now.
Yeah, 3 and 48 seconds. That's 3-man, a little bit more possible. There's just less paint in the air, can take more ground more safely.
Yeah, this is Diesel's game to win.
Who is your dark horse at the 5-man tournament that starts tomorrow?
I think Diesel's a good pick.
Yeah.
It depends on what we're defining as dark horses. That's always kind
I'd
of
say a team that hasn't finished in the top 4 so far this year. It qualifies as a dark horse. I got Arsenal.
I was getting there. Way to jump the gun, Mike. Just give me a second to answer, bro. No, I think Arsenal's great. I think that's a great pick. Once, you know, Arsenal currently sitting at 11th, but because of that 14th they took.
Right.
5th at the last one. Looked really good. I think Uprising is a legit dark horse. 7th and a 10th for them. Just looking so much better than they have in years past. About halfway through last season, and with those new pickups really starting to dial things in. So I think Diesel, Arsenal, and Uprising are pretty good picks for dark horses, because you know, even though, you know, XFactor hasn't gone top 4, you can't really call XFactor a dark horse. Damage is absolutely with 6th and a 7th. They're not a dark horse. You know, and they're a favorite to win.
Yeah, the caveat would be no top 4 and hasn't won a tournament in the last 4 years.
I think 2 other names that are down there at 14th and 15th that should be, if they can get it together with the rosters they have, would be Shock and Infamous.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Both those teams have really underperformed. I mean, I feel like Shock, they've been so up and down since they've come back as a team. But they always feel like a team that could be playing in the finals.
Shock played, they both went 1-3 at the last event, but Shock a little bit better on the point spread. -4 for them, -11 for Infamous in that 1-3. as they did get mercied by PB Fit and then lost to XFactor by 5. So
Harris Hussein doing a little box switch with Jackson Blue and Raymond Bucco. Silos Cortez dying off the break, so that's huge for NYX, but they are not playing with the correct pace right now if they want to actually tie this game.
Yeah, it's a full send moment. Another body coming off, though, for Diesel. Might be squandering one more, but...
Fellow Rhode Islander Raymond Bucco here making his pro debut on the wrap. Getting at least 1 kill off the break. Out of Johnston, Rhode Island. He's been in the game a long time. He's a quick kid. Love to see him get on his horse right here and hit that buzzer. Don't say sorry, Raymond. Just hit that buzzer.
Thought Harris Hussein was going to jog in there, but he might have caught one. Looks like he did.
So,
signs of life. Unfortunately, just 11 seconds to go. Should be Diesel's match.
Yeah, Diesel's going to win this one, but if you're NYX, nice to get a new pickup, some spins on the pro field before you go into that full-on X-Ball tournament beginning tomorrow morning. What time's our first match tomorrow, Maddie?
I believe we're getting kicked off here around 8 a.m. tomorrow, I believe.
Hell yeah.
Should be a fun tournament. And a fun, we still got a lot of paintball to play here in this 3-man competition. Do hope that teams run out with some deep rosters, though.
Yeah. Quick turnarounds. A lot of running out here with the open 3-man field.
At least the grass is beautiful. A little bit easier on the body when you're diving into some very thick, luxurious grass.
Yeah, it looks pillowy out there even.
See how it holds up. Might be, knock on wood, might get a little more rain this afternoon. Hopefully not. It's going to be a scorcher this weekend. It's always fun to get on the plane, check the news, see what's going on in the world, and then see the news report that we're going to have some historic heat wave make its way here through the Midwest. Historic
for this year, Maddie.
Though all the Floridians and people from Texas and the South are rolling their eyes. They're like, ooh, 92, huh? A historic heat wave for you guys?
Yeah. Each year, a new heat wave.
So I think
that's going to do it,
I think it's going to do it. So they're going to burn the rest of that time off. Edmonton Impact playing the Ironman coming up next here. And this is now the winner's bracket. So stick with us here. 3-man battles going down. This 3-man championship at the Midwest Open. I'm Manny Marshall with Mike Jeffrey, and we'll be back.
It's counting.
Two minutes.
Winning 3 in a row is absolutely insane. So few teams have done it. I believe we're the 3rd pro team to have ever won 3 straight events.
I think the other teams hope that they can put as much work and time into it as we do. I wish them good luck in those situations, but I feel like we're going to be able to work harder than anybody else in the league. And as we've shown, we're going to continue to win tournaments.
Now with back-to-back wins, I feel like that's a stepping stone that we reached, and the goal is to keep winning. Try to win as many as possible, win a series. That's the next steps, and it's always trying to get better, trying to progress as owners, players, teammates, brothers.
We are back. 2025 NXL Midwest Open 3-man championship. Going down on center court, it's the Ironman taking on Impact, and we are in the winner's bracket. Ironman on the blue side taking some ground here, but so is Everton Impact as Justin Cornell dives into the Snake Rito. Snake 3.
Yeah, Keith DeVitt also there for Ironman. However, Pat Kraft going to die for the Ironman. So now 3-on-2, advantage to Edmonton Impact.
Ooh, but a body coming off right now is Tyler Harmon taking the early walk. So 2-on-2 as the Ironman with DeVitt. I believe Pierre pushing up on that all the way into the Doritos here for Impact. But Cornell has blown open, done exactly the same thing that DeVitt did. So JC's going to get that crossfield kill. And that's going to leave Brandon Cornell and Justin Cornell alive here to get the first point on the board.
No relation between the Cornells for Impact. Both of them have played so well for that franchise these past 4 or 5 years, though.
Yeah, JC's in the conversation for one of the best Canadian paintball players ever to walk the earth. It's always that when I ask the Canadians, I'm like, who's the best? And it's like sometimes they'll say Zach. Sometimes they'll say JC. Sometimes they'll pull like a Josh Davies out of the mix back in the day. Depends on the age of the person I'm asking, because then it starts to get into some other names from the 10-man days. But yeah, Justin Cornell. And then Brandon, San Diego native, and he's just been a starter on an all-star team for so long. Jumping into this first point here, Legion and XFactor. Red Legion, so dominant past couple seasons, the series champs in 2024 until the rise of PB Fit. Still, though, going to be the defending champions. It's been a long time since XFactor has run a pro tournament, 2019, but they're always in the hunt. So many second places.
Yeah,
in those 5.5 years.
The return of Archie Montemayor this offseason so big. But now Jamison Stanton making moves forward for Red Legion. Archie is in the snake playing over the top. He's so deadly in these positions when he can hunt over the top. Plays with such freedom, does Archie Montemayor. However, Red Legion developing up the middle all around. Archie now into the snake Rito.
Yeah, the conversation, at least in this 3-man battle, tactically has been, okay, who can get safely to the 50 pushing up the snake? And then who can actually be effective working up on this D side? We're seeing Stanton do it now. He gets that first kill, gets the second kill.
Yeah, Jamison Stanton looking for that 3-pack right here. Wants to shoot Archie. Nicely done, JMO. Comes into XFactor's Dorito, connects on his first ball on Cody Bayless. Then he eats up Colt out of the back center and puts the finishing touches. So Red Legion go to their bench here.
Yeah, and a really good look for, I believe, Stanton here on the D side. Now, we've seen here a couple times, Mike, guys getting that penetration past the snake into the Doritos and then not producing anything from that, because you have to, what do we talk about? Well, if you get in and you take that ground, that real estate, you have to connect on your first shot. Right. Stanton did that. That was the big difference here for him.
Nicely done. He's been grinding for a few years in that Red Legion camp. Hasn't had a lot of tournament reps, but getting them here in this 3-man. But now Impact up 1 against the Ironman. Frank Anta Tommaso, though, taking big bites into the snake Dorit, going lefty-righty. I mean, they're going to pie.
Mike, they basically just let him walk into the snake Rito over here in this snake 3. Goes in there untouched, feeling no pressure.
Frank has such great vision. He reads paint in the air really well. Oh, and I just cursed him. He takes a shot in the mask, I believe, from Zach Yakimek in the back center. So now it's just Henry Sense and Kyle Nicolau for the Ironman.
And they get the read on that kill and then dive right into the snake. So here comes the attack from Edmonton Impact. That's Arena. Going to push all the way into the 50-yard line. Yeah. And you can hear the good comms in the backfield. Let Mikey go to work. Urena's on there at the 50-yard line, almost on their side. And they get the next kill. So now it's a 3-on-1 situation here in favor of Impact. And that's going to force a concession.
Impact always with some of the best communication in the game. It's not just about positions and body count. They have an understanding of how they're developing. Let Mikey go to work. Don't pick a gun battle fight right now. Let's wait for that other kill to come off. Nicely done by Impact.
Just feeling the flow of the battle. As soon as they got that kill, Mikey starts to go to work. They get the good comms. Perfect here for Impact.
Now Red Legion hustling back out.
It's like Meter Ninos, TJ Danner taking the field here with Billy Bernaccia, the 3 for XFactor, going to be on the red side. Team switch sides every time a point is won. If there's a no point, they'll stay on the same sides. Leo Smotroff getting a spin, I believe, here, going back corner bunker D side for Red Legion. So good to see him back in the mix after being exiled for a few years.
Yeah, a little always tricky with these international teams. But Smotrov back in the game. 3-on-3 right now. Meter, TJ, and Billy. Billy Bernach, the kid. Billy Bellissimo getting into the Snake 2 for XFactor.
Yeah, Tiger King in the Snake for Legion. A little bit better field position as he's up in that Snake 3, and then he goes right to the 50.
Into that wedge. The Flame, Bunker King's Flame head wrap for the Tiger King in this 3-on-3.
Meter Ninos getting up into Snake 2, or D2, a little bit closer. Billy's going to launch. He gets into Snake 3, the Snake Rito.
Will try to come up high and put the shot in on the Tiger King. Unable to. Smotrov now gets into the Dorito 2 for Red Legion.
Smotrov, Mike, thinking about making a move up into Snake 3. Again, the bunkers tear out towards the sideline. Your look on the sideline gets better the further up the field you are. Leo feeling some pressure, has to stay alive in that spot. So tucks back in, looks inside. But past the 50-yard line and slightly onto XFactor's side is Guzman, the Tiger King. Looks like he wants to launch. Got to be careful. Meter Ninos looking inside right now, and he's got Overwatch with TJ Danner right behind him. TJ Danner's going to dig out, back corner bunker D side, makes it clean, still 3-on-3.
Yeah, I hated that move by Guzman there, giving up the wire presence there and going inside. He's trying to set a trap for Meter, comes forward, gets diced up. Poorly done there, throwing the body in position away. So now 3-on-2 for XFactor.
He got antsy. He was slightly out of position. Good zone control from XFactor. Cost him Kuzman's body. Just got a little antsy and launched in an even body situation up a point, too. So you don't really need to do that.
And you know, just standard Paintball 101, right? Don't give up outside wire penetration for an inside stand-up bunker for no reason.
Yeah, if you played football and you played on the D-line, our coaches used to always yell us, outside containment.
Yep.
Your job as the end, the defensive end, is keep outside containment. Paintball is very similar. You give up that outside, those angles, and keep that outside containment, it allows your opponent who's also outside on you to have a much easier life in his spot.
So XFactor just trying to figure out the body count situation here. Billy was asking TJ, is it Apple and Cobra? It's going quiet here. Limited paint. All these players only carrying 4 pods. Samotrov is on his last hopper for sure. I'd venture a guess that Billy is on his last hopper. Just 3 minutes left here. It's gone quiet on the field.
Have seen a decent amount of low body magic out here this morning in this 3-on-3 championship. So see if Legion can pull it out. Big move from Meter Ninos, gets all the way across, and then Leo Smotrov going to get shot on the tactical retreat, leaves just one body in the back center here for Legion.
Yeah, awesome job by Billy and Meter there. Meter, recognizing that's a 2-on-3, takes a big bite. And then Billy shoots Samotrov on the retreat. Billy saying, "Buongiorno, Samotrov. Take this one in your Kalea."
30 seconds.
And TJ Danner holding down the comms. That's a great 3-man lineup right there.
Yeah, these top teams, you can kind of pull the names out of a hat, make a good 3-man lineup.
Truly. Now, Ironman down 2 to Edmonton Impact. Still a ways to go in this match. We got Keith DeVitt, Pat Kraft Jr., and Kyle Nicolo. That is a Northeast lineup there for the traditionally West Coast-based Ironman team.
Pat Kraft going to maybe take some ground in the middle. Pat Kraft launches up to the middle 40, makes it clean, goes right across and into their side. Impact going to get Nick Laval into Snake 2.
Keith DeVitt in Snake 2 for the Ironman. Kraft definitely looking like he wants to set the trap for Laval to come forward into the Snake Rito. Does not appear to me that Impact knows Pat Kraft is there, so he set the trap. Impact, so patient though, don't often fall into these traps. Pat Kraft switching sides now. Kyle Nicolau with that piercing voice from that Dorito corner, communicating. Nick Laval asking questions. He's saying, I think he's here. Nick Laval not one to just go blindly forward. He wants to know the situation, backing up.
Rainey getting creative out of that back center, popping the top when he's not feeling much pressure, and then as soon as he does, tucks in nicely. Ooh, it looks like Laval does get through the gap and should be able to potentially get the shot in on no. It looks like Pat Kraft Jr. able to make it alive on the tactical retreat. Still 3-on-3 here with great field position for the Ironman.
Yeah, Ironman developing nicely. Good job by Kyle Nicolau as Kraft was retreating to take some ground forward.
But then Kyle dying out of his position.
No, that's Keith DeVitt.
Oh, Keith DeVitt dying out of his position, out of that snake burrito, that snake 3. Nick Laval gets shot down the sideline by Kyle.
So 2-on-2 situation. Rainey Stanzak kind of in a tough spot. Wow, but somehow shoots Nicolau over the top. Rainey Stanzak just so good in the scramble.
Another tactical retreat. Trying to make something happen here in this 1-on-2 situation. Can't do it, though, as that side blown open by, I believe, Tyler Penelio.
Correct.
So the combo of Tyler and Rainey getting it done here for Impact in a pretty close blow-for-blow battle.
Yeah, the key to that point right there was Nick Laval not falling, not taking the bait that Pat Kraft had laid out for him there, asking the question, comes forward, Kraft having to retreat, then it goes blow for blow, but Impact just too good in the scramble.
Yeah, it was good on the movement, and then Impact just getting the better of them. Good read and react from Rainey Stanzik, Tyler Penelio. Tie ball game here, Red Legion and San Antonio XFactor. Is XFactor going to be on the blue side, Legion on the red side?
Got Jamison Stanton, the Tiger King, and is that Rodriguez?
Big bite on the D side, top side here for Legion. Goes out and around the back corner bunker, gets into D2 and stays alive, but also on that break, Colt Roberts, Colt 45, staying alive, and he's also mirrored up that move as well, too, sitting at D2 looking inside.
Huge point right here. Jamison Stanton dying out of the back center, just playing too sloppy out there late into that point. Archie eats him from the Snake 1, so 3-on-2, advantage XFactor in this tie game. Archie eating another now, getting nice and warmed up into that Dorito side. Make that a quick 3-pack. Archie Montemayor looking sharp as ever for San Antonio XFactor.
Yeah, 2-pack to close here for Montemayor. Going to give his team a slight 1-point lead with 1:44 to go.
Archie always locked in. That is a man who practices mindfulness seriously. No moment too big for him. The spirit shines brightly in Mr. Montemayor.
Impact with a sizable 3-point lead over the Ironman. Going to send out Brandon Cornell, Tyler Harmon, and JC, Justin Cornell. So look for Brandon to push this bottom D side. JC will be in the snake at some point. And then attacking up the middle or holding it down in the backfield is going to be Tyler Harmon.
And then it's Frank Antetomaso, Pat Kraft Jr., and Henry Sentz for the Ironmen. Pat Kraft wearing the jersey of his fallen teammate, Jerry Caro, number 4. Rest in peace, Jerry. You will be badly missed here.
And Pat Kraft taking the ground, up the middle again, knowing they need points. Still 3:16 to go. Clocking in around a minute a point. Very doable here in this 3-man competition. Frank thinking about it. Gunfighting from the South Electronics cam with Brandon Cornell trying to get across into the snake. Can't do it yet, though.
Pat Kraft now crawling back into that wedge, backed up by Frank Antetomaso. Impact content to roll their guns up 3 with just 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Brandon Cornell, though, gets shot. Not sure if that was Frank or Pat Kraft who shot him, but regardless, they own this side of the field now.
I think it was Pat. Pat made the move back across to the wedge, wrapped around Brandon, didn't know he was there. And then here's a big move backfield and makes it alive for JC, but had kind of a hard hit, had to get the gun up and running again. 2-on-3 in favor of the Ironman.
Henry Sentz taking a big bite into that wedge, though, as JC retreated. Frank onto Tommaso on the island now as Pat Kraft has gone up the middle. JC going to walk off, so it's just Tyler Harmon. Frank onto Tommaso, dots his eye. So now the Ironman with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left going to cut the lead to 2. Huge point there. Nicely done by Pat Kraft Jr. wearing the Jerry Caro jersey in honor of his teammate and playing really well up the middle there for the Ironman.
Yeah, getting creative. Love that move across to the wedge. And I liked JC's move back. Might have done something to his gun on the dive to stay alive into that, to get back into that snake 1 position. He's kind of messing with his gun, trying to get it up and running.
You don't often see a backwards Superman dive like that. Over
typically.
a beam.
And then Henry got a good read on it, too.
Yeah. I think Henry saw JC's feet facing him and thought, well, I can definitely take a bite right now.
Yeah.
So now XFactor up 1 against Red Legion. Looks like Smotrov, or is that Karslev in the middle for them? Smotrov wearing no headgear against Billy Bernaccia, TJ Danner, and Meter. Smotrov looked like he might have taken a bounce there. Red Legion developing nicely. They're in the Snake Rito, the 50 or the center brick, and now Dorito 3 is Vasquez.
Yeah, Vasquez in a good spot. Smotrov passes it right at the 50-yard line here. They're going to get the shot in on Billy Bernaccia, but Billy comes off saying, where did I get hit? Arguing with the referee, forces TJ Danner to get across to the South Electronics can, and he does, alive as Vasquez. With a minute left to go, they peel off Danner, leaving just one body, Meter Ninos, and he's going to get diced up crossfield by Vasquez. And now we got ourselves another tie game with about 50, maybe 47 by the time he hits that buzzer.
Back and forth battle here. Really great for the Red Legion, resting their vets, not seeing any Barytnikov. He's not even in gear. Sergei Sholnyskov, I believe he had knee surgery, Maddie. I heard Sergei might be down at this one. And then saving Kirill Prindy's legs as well.
I think that's smart. They have a deep roster. This is a really good tournament for the guys that don't get a ton of spins. I mean, those guys train a lot. They play a lot of paintball. Let's get them some real tournament pressure, playing for some money against these top teams, and see how they do.
Yeah, tournament reps are just such a valuable asset for the young talent. It's different on the nice bunkers with refs and cameras and eyeballs on you. Some guys, practice heroes, don't know how to handle the pressure out here, so love to see that for the Red Legion camp.
Well, that was kind of the question heading into this 3-man championship, is who is going to be actually suited up and playing on some of these. You seem to see the Tonons rusting some of their vets and Red Legion doing the same. I think that's smart if you're deep.
Yeah, and if your guys are old, you know, like yeah. It's going to be 93 degrees on Sunday. If you're here to win the tournament and you got one of your best players is 38 years old, you don't want to burn him out on Thursday.
100%.
Henry Sense, Frank onto Tommaso, Pat Kraft Jr. spinning for the Ironman, down 2 with 2 minutes left to go. This one is far from over, and they're looking at Zach Yakimek, Dalton Vanderbilt, and Tyler Harmon for Edmonton Impact.
Need to just a tie with 2 minutes left to go. Plenty of time. Oh, but the Ironman getting smoked, trying to make it up as Mike Urena. Mike Urena just off to the races over here, feeling no pressure. He's a bully. He's a reckless attacker. He's refined his game, though, can play multiple spots.
Yeah, that was my mistake. I misread his headband at the start box. Mikey was running and shooting to the snake one off the break, picked up Pat Kraft, shot him on the run, continued running, shot Frank heads up, and I believe he shot Henry heads up, and I believe he shot Frank there at the end as well.
Yeah, beautiful point by Urena. Another one, he had a good one earlier, too.
1 minute.
So Urena looking dialed here in the winner's bracket. Starting to stack up the score here for Impact. So if this doesn't change, Impact will be moving on to play the winner of Fit or Houston Heat.
Now tie game, Red Legion, San Antonio XFactor, under a minute left to play. Huge point right here. No one scores. We're not in the quarterfinals yet, right? We're still in one-on-one zone here.
Yeah, still in one-on-one zones for next few, actually, here.
No overtime, so straight to one-on-ones. Still unsure if they'll qualify for a coin. I've kind of changed my mind on that. Winning a one-on-one.
No, you were going no earlier. Did my argument sway you? It wasn't really my argument. I stole it from one of the Aftermath guys.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want to give you credit for changing my mind, but you did, man. You did.
It's Greeny from Aftermath.
He's a smart guy.
He's like, I don't know, it's pros out here. It's
yeah,
money.
It is.
I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're fighting pros for money, so.
With refs, yeah. And now, tie game, 45 seconds left. Samotrov dying off the break. Matt Jackson getting the spin here.
Yeah, and Kuzmin gets shot as well, too, so the door opening here with 37 seconds left. Try to steal this one. Might think about conceding it, and they do.
Yeah, Cody Bayless, Matt Jackson coming off the bench there, and they kill Samotrov and Kuzmin off the break. So
an unfortunate barrel hit for Samotrov.
Goodness gracious. That's how good these refs are, seeing barrel hits out here. I thought those didn't count, Matty.
I thought it was just a suggestion. Tuck in. Nope, they do. If you get hit with a paintball anywhere on your equipment or your person,
20 seconds.
You are eliminated. But barrel hits and bottom of feet, always those were the ones we joke about.
Yeah, those tend to disappear before too long.
10 seconds.
Keith DeVitt, Pat Kraft Jr., and Kyle Nicolau down 3 here against Impact. Still with some time to go. But they're going to have to go through Nick Laval, Tyler Panilio, and Rainey Stanzak. I think this is a big tournament for Rainey with the departure of Marcelo Margot from Impact. Keith DeVitt dying on the fill out. And now Kyle Nicolau dying. So looking not good here for the Ironmen now.
Yeah, Impact in a big 3-on-1. Ironman not conceding another point, so they're going to let this run with Pat Kraft Jr.
Yep, take this as their last little warm-up here. They're going to be going home in the 3-man tournament, but a fresh tournament starting tomorrow. Getting guys good reps on this field.
Tell you what, get this many reps on this field in a 3-on-3 situation, we better be real good at 3-on-3s come tomorrow.
Yeah, and 3-on-3s, these are the situations that often define tournaments. Those tight games, tight matches, low body, even body situations. You know, the island drill, cross-field communication, all these things so important in the biggest moments. Of course, break shooting in the 5-on-5 is a critical factor, but the 3-on-3 in the big moment is often the difference between winning and losing a match.
So looks like they are going to concede a point. We will see another one with 41 seconds left on the clock, but Impact should be taking down the Ironman and moving on to, again, play the winner, PB Fit and Houston Heat.
Red Legion had that smart, quick concession after losing 2 bodies off the break in the last one against XFactor. They're down only 1 with, I believe, about 42 seconds left to go. Going to call timeout, I believe, is XFactor to get settled at the box.
Make sure they got the right personnel out.
1 minute.
As a coach, calling lines in a 3-on-3 is a change from what you're normally working with.
Right. Looks like most of these teams are running pretty solid lines. Put one out there, have the next one ready to go.
Not really switching positions up too much.
Yeah.
Seems pretty standard. Guys that play the snake are typically playing the snake. Guys that play a D side, starting on that Dorito side.
Yeah, with these inverted layouts, too, you're playing on the same, if you're playing the same side of the field, you're playing with the same hand every time. Billy Bernaccio and my Intel phone call with him, he was like, yeah, I don't hate playing him right-handed on the snake side the whole weekend. Don't hate that.
It's an honest man right there, because some guys be like, I'm just as good with my non-dominant hand. Like, are you, though?
Are you a truth teller?
Some guys are.
Or a dreamer?
Some guys are.
Yeah.
It also depends on what we're talking about. You're talking about gunfighting left-handed or running and gunfighting?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are two completely different things.
Yeah, truly.
Or diving.
Diving is another one. Now, Red Legion got to have it here, running and shooting deep up that Doritos side. They might have taken a bounce.
That Johnson with the wheels. They put Johnson in, and then Johnson gets clipped. He had to push the issue, though. Running out of time. Just 24 seconds left. Smotroff alive, though, up the middle of the field. And he's going to get all the way to their side. He made the move just as TJ. And then they're going to trade no penalty assess. Leo shaking his head and begging for a penalty. Not going to get it from the ref as he got scalped by TJ. Good read and react from TJ. As time expires, just 3 seconds left. Does look like Red Legion going to be packing their bags, getting ready for the big tournament starting tomorrow morning. And XFactor will move on.
TJ Danner, one of my favorite defensive players out here. So good at living. When I talked to Billy on the phone, he said, they've gotten frustrated from being unable to, with all those second places, unable to win Most of the guys on that team have won tournaments, multiple tournaments, but not TJ Danner, and that's becoming something of a rallying. Let's win one for TJ.
Win one for TJ.
Who played for AC Dallas. He's been a great Texas baller for a long time, but that first pro win has eluded him so far.
Yeah, it's a paintball tragedy that as good as TJ is,
20 seconds.
that he does not have a win under his belt yet.
Yep.
Because he's been deep. God, how many second places does TJ have?
He's got to have a ton.
Got to have a half dozen at least.
Yeah. TJ Bridesmaid Danner.
He's going to get mad at you for that one.
Now, Impact Ironman, this match is over. This is a running and shooting drill for these guys. Get one last look at the field if you're the Ironman.
And they took a pocket play, so. Oh, they do get a kill, though. Kill on Brandon Cornell.
Yeah, there you go.
3-on-2 here for the Ironman. As Frank's going to launch up the middle, jog all the way on to Impact side, untouched. And then Sense is going to launch towards the snake.
Just 10 seconds left here.
See if they can put point on the board for Pride. They are going to get the kill on JC. It leaves just Tyler Harmon in the backfield as time expires. So that is going to do it here. Impact moving on. XFactor moving on here in the winner's bracket. Impact looking pretty good. Dominant win over the Ironman. Closer match. Red Legion taking on XFactor. But we got more battles coming at you here. 3-man championship, the NXL Midwest Open 2025, the third stop on the tour. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes.
Winning 3 in a row is absolutely insane. So few teams have done it. I believe we're the third pro team to have ever won 3 straight events.
I think the other teams hope that they can put as much work and time into it as we do. I wish them good luck in those situations, but I feel like we're going to be able to work harder than anybody else in the league. And as we've shown, we're going to continue to win tournaments.
Now with back-to-back wins, I feel like that's a stepping stone that we reached, and the goal is to keep winning. Try to win as many as possible, win a series. That's the next steps, and it's always trying to get better, trying to progress as owners, players, teammates, brothers, friends, everything we can. Just keep progressing in life, and that's the goal.
Yeah, next step is 3 in a row this season, 4 in a row altogether, and then we'll keep going from there. Next up is Ohio. So NXL Ohio, we're coming for you.
you're all I ever need. I love the one you want. All right, baby, you can't use me. All right,
Back in action, Paintball Fit against Houston Heat out here in the Midwest Open 3-on-3 tournament. Both teams getting out alive here, Maddie.
In the winner's bracket here, Mike. Houston Heat on the blue side, PB Fit on the red side. We just watched Legion drop to XFactor, so they will drop down to the loser's bracket, and the Ironmen also going to be dropping down there as well, too.
Paintball Fit. Even in the 3-on-3, they like shooting off the break, playing those back three bunkers, Maddie.
Well, it's gotten this deep so far, so.
Yeah, and I think they're just so confident as gun battlers, you know. And I think they think if you get 3 out alive, gunfight us. They're issuing a challenge to everyone they face.
It's like Jackson doing a little bit of a swab in his barrel there from the back center, keeping the comms up, though. So, yeah, these two teams just fighting out of the pocket right now.
Yeah, Trent Mason now filling out behind Johnson. They're going to double up that South Electronics can, and then Johnson going underneath. Nice little coordinated position there. I know that's not a mistake, the way Paintball Fit communicates.
Yeah, it worked out nicely. Gets Johnson up the field and in a good spot up in the snake, too. Got a body behind a Mason, dedicating his gun towards that snake side, the top side. There's snakes on both sides, but top side snake.
Ron Easy's on Jackson Frey and Chad George in the back three for Houston Heat.
And Jackson Frey slaughtering some paint out there, though. This is like at least the second time he's swabbed.
Might have caught a quarter.
Yeah, Dizon's Hopper. The rest of the other bodies out there not having a problem, but.
Good comms there from Heat. They've been playing a lot of paintball out of Blast Camp. They picked up those 3 young studs from Blast Camp. Have a good, solid base of players in the Midwest now, not far from here in Indiana.
Johnson into the snake Rito. Snake 3 position.
This is limited paint out here. Each player with only 4 pods. Johnson onto his last pod. We're hearing it get a little quiet out here. Trenton Mason now coming forward, getting close.
Yeah, so PG Fit, after both teams fighting out of that pocket for a while, Fit, first to attack. They do this really nicely. They've won 3 tournaments in a row. They're obviously amazing gunfighters, but the way they put it together on the fly works out really nice for them. Winning a gunfight over here against Dizon to make it a 3-on-2 is Jackson going to get out into Dizon's spot. A little bit better spread. Jackson going to run and gun, desperation run out and not able to do it. He gets chopped in half, and that's going to force a concession. As just Chad George, last player left alive for Houston Heat.
Man, the way Paintball Fit is playing lately, I don't care if it's 1-on-1s, 3-man, 5-man, 7-man. I don't know that they have 10 for a 10-man, but they just play with control. They stay connected. They win gunfights. Looking like Paintball Fit, regardless of the difference in format out here.
They're so confident right now. Dynasty playing Arsenal. Again here in the winner's bracket. Dynasty, the boys in blue. Most legendary team ever.
A long wait for Arsenal. I believe they beat the Tonons at like 8 a.m. this morning, but finally back out here against Dynasty. Blake Yarber running and shooting across into that wedge. I think he might have killed Cody Mikowski out of the back center. So it's just Benny Carroll, Stephen Omar, and now Arturo coming forward, so it's all Dynasty in this one.
Yeah, beautiful move there by Arturo. Nice shot by Blake, and puts him in a high body situation right now. Arturo gets across, just O'Mara about to get dunked on here by Harrison Fry, and Harrison keeps his head on a swivel and catches him, and that is going to do it here for point number 1. Little lead for Dynasty to start.
Yeah, nice job by Blake Yarber. I really like that play call by Mike Bianca, sending him forward and across with his gun up. Somehow they kill Cody, and then Arturo also falling up on the snake side. Just no containment by Arsenal, and a really nice forward progression by Dynasty early in that one.
Yeah, they got a great read on that early kill.
Yeah.
Arturo, as soon as he saw that back center drop, just immediately takes the big bite, gets that next kill. So Arsenal didn't have much time before it was a 1-on-3. See if PV Fit can keep it going here now. Are they going to try to risk it or just go pocket again? Pocket's been working out nicely for them.
20 seconds.
Yeah, before we went on the air, I noticed they love just those back three here. Nothing exotic. Just going to get their bodies out alive, try to get a kill off the break, and then gun battle you to death. And that is their bread and butter.
So it's Chavez, Mason, and Johnson. Johnson getting another spin. So getting some looks at Johnson. He's a one-on-one champion in the duel. Ooh, might have got caught, though, on this one, and he does. So early kill here for Houston Heat. Is Moorhead taking the field. And Moorhead's going to dip in, sees that kill, goes right into the snake. Former World Cup MVP Ryan Moorhead. Chavez is going to match, though, as he gets all the way into D1 untouched.
Ronnie Dizon, though, making a move up the Dorito side now for Heat. He's all the way into the Dorito 3, recognizing the body come off Trenton Mason, though, getting into that snake. He's got Dizon in front of him. Here comes Chavez trying to get Moorhead. He gets picked up, so now it's just Trenton Mason. Heat knows it. They call 31, 3-on-1. Trenton Mason going to get shot by Moorhead. So nicely done by Houston Heat to put one right on the board and tie this one up.
Moorhead's going to hit the buzzer. Get checked out by the ref. Thumbs up. Point is good. Tie ball game.
Sam Monville, third body out there for Houston Heat.
30 seconds.
He and Pat McKenna, assistant coach for Heat, running their stats program. So some bright paintball minds on that Houston Heat camp.
20 seconds.
As we see.
Looks like Kyle Berry, Schonauer, and Barrett for Dynasty. You'll see Weaver here for Arsenal with O'Mara.
And Caleb Abel.
Arsenal in the red and on the red side. Dynasty in the blue and on the blue side. Teams switching points when switching sides when points are won. On the breakout, pocketed up for both squads. There goes Barrett with a big bite, though, as he dips into the snake, and then looks like they're going to launch
Danny.
Yeah, Danny Schonauer up there as well, too. Leaving Kyle Berry on an island here on the D side.
Caleb Abel now coming forward for Arsenal. Barrett clearly keeping his eyes inside, aware. Caleb Abel is a player who likes to come forward. I thought Joe Barrett played great in the earlier matches for Dynasty. It's been a standout for them so far today in this three-man.
Yeah, great pickup this year. Came over from Infamous. She got cut from Infamous and has found a home with Dynasty, and immediately that move paid dividends for Dynasty. Their finals appearance at the first event. Slightly better outside containment here for Arsenal. See if Barry can match. He does. Kyle Berry dips out, back corner bunker, D side, tactical retreat from Caleb Abel here for Arsenal as he gets back into the Snake 2 position.
Yeah, Caleb got a little spooked when Joe Barrett caught him looking for the move forward, so he comes back asking a question to Stephen O'Mara. Is there still a Detroit? No is the answer. Kyle Berry snuck out to the corner and then into the Dorito 1 for Dynasty. Caleb probing, wants to come forward, but valuing his body in this 3-on-3. Elliot Weaver doesn't look like he's in a hurry to go up the Dorito side.
Yeah, it's still a close game here, a little bit under 5 to play. It's 3-on-3.
And just as I said that, Elliot Weaver actually launched in the Dorito 2. I like that move. So really evenly matched situation here. Both these teams with the snake presence and Dorito penetration. Stephen O'Mara in that back center is just making it difficult for Kyle Berry to come forward on the Dorito side. That allows Caleb this freedom to hop off the wire here. Caleb definitely wants to come forward. He's wary of Joe Barrett's gun. Joe Barrett playing on a swivel here. That cut forward that Caleb wants to take, he just can't really shoot Joe Barrett in to go forward.
Ooh, he gets in a gunfight with Joe. Joe does get dominance. Keeps his gun on that angle. Again, limited paint, so you can't just blaze 3 pods on a lane in this 3-man format.
That's a great point there, Matty. Caleb can search for that move, and eventually Joe loading 2 pods on the ground right there, it's going to limit his ability to roll off.
Well, and as proactive as Caleb has been, it's forcing Joe has to look at this lane now. They have a lead to protect, and he might be squandering some paint. He's being smart about it, though. Joe's not just relentlessly pumping paint through that zone, but I do see 2 empty pods. Is that 3? 2 or 3 by his feet? Only 4 pods out there for each man.
Joe's going to have a great piece in issue 3 of Great American Paintball talking about his style of play. He likes to bully players. He likes to carry 15 pods and dump paint all day long. Limited paint. forcing a different style of play, but he can do it all out here. That man plays a lot of paintball with a lot of passion. Caleb Abel now looking like he wants to get on the wrap and shoot his way forward. Kyle Berry now going forward. Stephen O'Mara had switched his gun, so didn't see it. Ooh, Caleb Abel exclaiming as he dodges the paint from Kyle Berry down the wire.
And the longer that this point runs, the more important it becomes. We're looking at Caleb Abel here on your screen, as he's just been incredibly proactive in this snake structure. They still have O'Mara posted up, though, in the back center.
Yeah,
so I like this field position for Dynasty better, especially with this lead.
Totally.
Kyle Berry has to stay alive over here on the D side.
And it becomes harder to be a wrecking ball force with limited paint, right? It also becomes harder to defend a wrecking ball coming through when you only have half a hopper left, but definitely advantage Dynasty right now with a really good field spread, a 1-point lead, and an even body situation. Maddie, this feels like what we could see in 5-on-5 tomorrow as well.
I was thinking the same thing, Mike. Get out of my head. Yeah, no, this is a very Sunday-esque point. 3-on-3, a 1-point match, time ticking off the clock. Guys starting to get down to it on paint. No limited paint in the actual real battle going down tomorrow. But, yes, this is a reminiscent of what we could see on Sunday.
So I'd like to see Steven get involved in the game here. Caleb clearly wants to go forward. If your Arsenal, there he goes, out into the South Electronics can, eventually you just got to decide where you're gonna force it. And Steven now looks like he wants to help Caleb get forward. Leave Elliott on the island on the Dorito side. He can fend for himself. But Caleb really, gripping the bounce shot. Might have gotten one in on Joe Barrett.
Oh, he's asking for a check, and he does. He shoots the bounce shot.
And Kyle Berry died as well, so it's just Danny Schoenauer. Arsenal in great position now in a 3-on-1 situation to tie this one. Caleb uncontested over here, taking another bite forward. Danny going to take the walk, so Arsenal with extreme patience, coordination, doing a wonderful job to win the 3-on-3 there, tie this one up.
And Mike got a little lucky, and also, you need skill and luck. But when you're ripping bounce shots, you really need one to arc in at the proper angle, and it did at the right time. Well, so as we hit the minute mark, it's going to be all tied up at 1.
I love that by Caleb Abel, too. Joe was really keyed up on that gap, and instead of just sending it and rolling the dice on a dive forward, thinks through what options do I have. He went hunting for 100 different shots there and then finds the bounce shot and connects on it.
And it almost forced Joe to, he was so proactive over here and playing so smart and methodical, but giving elements of aggression, that it forced Joe to come out of the whatever he wanted to do and react to what Caleb was doing. So Caleb's being proactive, Barrett and the rest of Dynasty being reactive, and it worked out great for Arsenal. Great job by Caleb Abel.
So now Houston Heat, Paintball Fit, tie game. Long way to go in this one. Cyrus Geringer getting a spin out here. Cyrus, Trenton Mason, and Chavez. Both these teams content with the back 3 breakout. I think one of the dangers of Paintball Fit is they've been so good out here that they lure other teams into playing their style. Oh, Chavez, though, catching a minor penalty. We're not seeing many of those out here.
Yeah, I haven't seen very many penalties at all. Just a handful here in the games we've been watching, but let's give a big advantage currently to Houston Heat, try to take a lead. They got a bit of a gift, just Cyrus Geringer in the Snake 3 position. Snake Rito.
Yeah, now Ronnie Dizon coming out wide. Cyrus trying to roll off on that player for Heat coming through the middle, playing both sides. Such a difficult spot here, and it's not going to be enough. Gives the thumbs up to Ronnie. Sam Monville coming through the middle there along with Ryan Moorhead. Houston Heat looking good with their new lineup, the new look Houston Heat.
Well, this is another one of those teams that, yeah, they play a lot of paintball, but with a big change in what had been a pretty solid core lineup for a long period of time. This 3-man's great for them.
Definitely. And now, quick turnaround here in this Dynasty Arsenal one. You play a huge long point like that, and then you got to spin and get right back out there. For Stephen O'Mara and Elliott Weaver, that's kind of a tough ask. Caleb Abel spinning as well. And they're looking at fresh legs.
Yeah.
Harrison Fry, Blake Yarber, and Arturo Andrade for Dynasty.
Yeah, some fresh bodies out here for Dynasty.
Just a minute left, Maddie. This is the point here. Of course, if no point is scored, we'll see one-on-ones, but...
Already went to one-on-ones for Dynasty early on, as Blake Yarber was triumphant to keep them in the winner's bracket. Arturo Andrade going to bully his way into the Snake. Blake's going to join him, gets to the South Electronics cam, so double stack of bodies. here for Dynasty. A little bit better field position for them at 45 seconds.
Caleb Abel does go into the snake, but no one is looking at Arturo right now. Stephen Omar hopping inside. Might have saw Artie make that move forward. Arturo just not getting any pressure. I think he's going to shoot Elliott Weaver here. No.
Doesn't quite have the angle from that position as we crack the 30-second mark. Got to be careful cross field, though.
Might have gotten saved by a timely gust of wind there as Caleb Abel picked up the inside 3-on-3 situation. Tie game, just 15 seconds left. Arturo's going to launch. He's going to shoot Elliott. Yarber follows up, and he shoots Omar.
I think he's going to have enough time. He's going to hit the afterburners and get in there with 4 seconds left to go as Blake Yarber and Arturo Andrade going to seal up this win here for Dynasty in a close battle against Arsenal. Thumbs up from the ref. The point is good. Great job. Arturo just forcing the issue over here, and Blake following up perfectly.
Yeah, just poorly done by Stephen Omar and Elliott Weaver there. Arturo Andrade, an aggressive player on the strong side of the field. They just go to sleep on him, let him onto their side of the field. I don't really know what the idea is there about how that's going to work. But
yeah, if I was
the
coach, if I was Chris Jansen right now, I know you used to coach this team last year, that's when I want to throw on my clipboard. I'm like, guys, what do you think is going to happen here? Arturo's, we can't just let him run down the side.
Let's just not shoot at him.
Yeah, let's just look away.
Yeah.
With 15 seconds left.
Yeah. So Dynasty moving on. And meanwhile, Heat with a 1-point lead against Paintball Fit. Paintball Fit has won 3 straight 5-on-5 X-Ball tournaments, but trying to keep their run of dominance going here in 3-man. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Both teams getting out. All 3 bodies alive. Ryan Moorhead in that South Electronics can. Heads up against Jonathan Chavez.
Yeah, it looks like a slight 1-point lead. A little bit of a risk to get a body out wide, D side, back corner here for Houston Heat. Fit just chilling in the pocket still. 2 minutes to work with. Try to tie this score. Again, this is the winner's bracket, so you lose this one here, you do live to fight another day. But you have to drop down to the loser's bracket.
Cyrus Geringer backing up off that can and shooting his way into the snake. Cyrus so good at playing those dead zones. He does it with a lot of comfort. Requires courage and good vision to make moves like that, Maddie. All the way into that snake Rito now.
Yeah, great move to get outside and up the field. And now going to launch. Get to the 50-yard line wedge.
Trent Mason now sharking through the middle. Houston Heat up a point with 1:22. They look like they're in a hold play situation. Wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Moorhead tried to get in the snake, but
Moorhead's in the snake. He's in the snake too right now. It's perfect. Good job by Moorhead. Saw the movement up the field and the cross field with the staggered layout. So Moorhead, proper read. Got to load his second to last pod.
So this is what I've heard about this field is that in lockdown situations like that, if you have someone outside wide in the snake, you can really hold it down. They do lose Sam Monville out of the back center, so 54 seconds left. Fit has their one-body advantage. They got Cyrus Geringer in that wedge, and Trenton Mason now looking like he wants to come through the middle.
Yeah, advantage Fit. Can they do something with it? 40 seconds left to go. Good spread here with Dizon and Moorhead. For Heat, though,
Chavez now cruising up the Dorito side uncontested. Now he's got Dizon. Ryan and Dizon. Ryan Moorhead and Ronnie Dizon communicating cross field. Trenton Mason looks like he wants to launch. Just 20 seconds left.
Have to risk it here, though. Need to leave about, and there goes the risk from Mason, and Mason dunks on Moorhead. It's going to be a major assess. Chavez does not like the call, and that is going to stop it. It's going to be a swing point here for Houston Heat, and PB Fit, with just 9 seconds left to go, going to be dropping down into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, great call by the ref there. Ronnie Dizon had the inside protection on Ryan Moorhead, shot Trenton Mason in the pack as he jumped over the beam. Mason still tries to put a ball on Moorhead, shooting Moorhead with a hit on him. That's a major penalty, Maddie, all day. Great job by Houston Heat, hanging tough.
Winners bracket looking like some top teams. Houston Heat going to be playing Impact, and Dynasty going to be playing XFactor.
Game time finish.
Play that 9 seconds. Looks like probably not. As you see the PB Fit pit. Colt Lukow coming back from a blown ACL. Looks like he's recovering nicely, though. Doesn't even have a cane right now, so that's good for the future for them. Unfortunately, we'll be dropping down into that elimination bracket. Just waiting to see if they burn off this clock. I don't see anyone getting ready to come out. I mean, they should burn it off. It's a 2-point spread. So that is going to do it here. Stick around, though. More action coming at you here from this 3-man championship. Midwest Open here 2025. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. We'll be back.
Hey, no tape! No tape! Ricky the Boston, no tape! No tape!
4-on-4 situation. Harris with that forward penetration in the middle. Now Stephen O'Mara coming forward. Now Stephen's going to get him clean. Nicely done.
O'Mara going headhunting on Harris Hussein, and he stays alive doing it. So great move by Stephen O'Mara.
Now he's going to come up here and shoot the can in the back right now. I'm not sure how the can's not dead, but big move right now. O'Mara got shot in the pack.
Yeah, he did kill Acevedo before that happened, and Arsenal going to clean up that last player off the Doritos side.
Hey, I heard him shooting his gun, so I blocked him out, invading him to come get me. Way to kill him on his move. Who shot you, Elliot? Bang, bang. Bang. 287. Back center. Oh, wait, no, there's still another one. 200, 200, 200. Benny, me and you made the same mistake. We did not connect midpoint. I'm covering off the middle.
Yes, 2-on-4 situation. NYX. Oh, that's a major. He's going to shoot him. That's a major.
Upgrade coming through, and it's going to call. They're going to call it a minor.
Yep. Hey, they got a penalty. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay
Taylor
free.
here in the
Stay
snake.
free. I think we killed the snake with the penalty. 2 on the Dorito. It should be kill 3. Our Obama.
2-on-2.
Yeah, but this is just
too little, too late.
It's boding's very well for Arsenal. Who cares? You're up 4-0. You've already got 2 wins on the board.
Oh, JC
win
Harris.
out. Margin doesn't mean anything.
1-on-1.
Yeah, here comes JC. Goes right at him.
JC
Whittington. JC Whittington.
Oh, don't hurt yourself,
the legend,
JC.
47 years old.
47 years old, JC Whittington.
Still got it, baby. Get this man some oxygen.
Oh, man. You gonna let that old man do that to you? Oh, man. What is that? Is that nil? That's a goose egg. That's a goose egg. Way to BJC. Grit, motherfuckers. Woo! Hey, that's the fucking grit, motherfucker. Hey, we almost gave them 3 points. Hey, but each one of us fucking stepped up when we fucking needed to. Hey, what happened in the beginning? What happened? We forgot the fucking process. Me, Benny, both forgot the process. We tried to be like, yeah, we could fill out real quick.
Welcome back. 2025 Midwest Open. And we are here in the 3-on-3 championship. Still got a lot of 3-man paintball to play. We are in the elimination bracket. NG Elite taking on Red Legion in a do-or-die moment for these squads right now.
Do-or-die time. Red Legion going with their youngsters. They got Jameson Stanton, the Tiger King. Vasquez out there looking at Austin Buffton, Nelson. And a body don't recognize. Jameson Stanton streaking through the middle. He's going to eat no-name 00 out of the middle there.
And that's going to allow Kuzman, the Tiger King, slip into Snake 3, almost gets the drop. And Buffton, or on Buffton in the back center. Vasquez launches to get into D2. Energy Elite responds, gets outside wide. Here, bottom side Doritos.
2-on-2 situation in this first point. Red Legion, even in this 3-on-3 limited paint format, always pressing the issue on the attack. They are in the loser's bracket here, but playing with a ton of pace.
Buffton might be doing some sort of surgery on his gun, or just playing really tight. And he gets clipped. Just one body left alive.
The welder catching a heater in the dome right there. I think it's just Nelson now in a 1-on-2.
Do they know where he is, though? Nelson flipping his gun, going back and forth. Oh, and he's going to eat up Kuzman. Nelson, and now in a 1-on-1 situation. It was a tough death there for Kuzman. They did not know that Nelson had dipped into Dorito 2. And it turns it into a 1-on-1 here in point 1.
Nelson beat Verhage in the 1-on-1 to stay alive in this 3-man tournament in the last round. Now in another 1-on-1. First point here against Red Legion.
Nelson got to be feeling some confidence with that one-on-one victory against a very talented up-and-coming star, Hugo Vernaghi. But it doesn't look like Nelson knows where that body is. He should know the count.
Yeah, Vasquez just setting a trap, looking inside, hopping over the top. Neither of these players know where the other is.
Yeah, they're both playing like they're unsure that it's a one-on-one.
This is why it's so important to get these guys reps in these situations. The pressure of being in a one-on-one where you've lost your opponent in a real tournament situation, it's a lot different than practice out here with people watching, VIP, packed with fans right now, all silent.
Yeah, pretty good turnout on a Thursday. Not even deep into this 3-on-3 quite yet.
All quiet on the Midwestern front here, Maddie, on this pro field.
Yeah, no one's shot their gun here for a minute. Just being extra careful. Vasquez not tall enough to really play over the top of that wedge. And doesn't want to commit. Checking off back and forth, making sure he didn't lose Nelson. He's actually focusing his gun. Yeah, these guys have no idea where each other are yet.
Nelson's got plenty of paint on his back. This is when your heart is slamming in your ears.
Yeah, you're not moving, but your heart's up at 130 beats a minute.
It's like you start sweating just from standing.
You can hear your heart in your throat.
All the refs standing with their arms crossed, not moving their heads when players move, doing a great job of not giving anything away.
Yeah, got to look at the player out of the corner of your eye.
Vasquez has the advantage here because Nelson is queued up on the wrong side of the field.
And he hasn't head checked this side in a while either.
Yep.
More concerned about all these bunkers in the middle. Oh, he's about to get owned. If Vasquez can make this shot, he's aiming. He's got to be careful. He's waiting for... Ooh. Oh, and he missed him. Got to be careful in those situations. And these guys train a lot. Cannot miss that first burst because Nelson knows exactly where he is. He reacted very quickly, and now he's in a good old-fashioned gunfight. Oh, and he ends up getting clipped. More options for Vasquez out of that spot, and only real two solid options of places to come out of one of those big Doritos.
Normally, I would say that the Dorito is the better spot there because you can play on your feet more easily, but really nice job by Vasquez to not give up dominance. That's the key there when you're playing a low bunker like that.
Well, after missing that first burst, he was probably like, okay, now I have to win this gunfight because I'm going to get yelled at if I don't.
Truly.
Win this one for missing him.
I'm not going to play tomorrow if I lose this.
Because he could have gone to the South Electronics camp. Nelson was totally focused on the middle. And I get it. I understand why there's a lot more options in that middle of the field for players to jump to. But had the wrong guess. So after a bit of a wait here, first point with Ironman and AC Diesel here in the elimination bracket. So now it's do or die time.
Frank onto Tommaso, running and shooting all the way to the Snake Rito. He might have even shot, is that Stevens?
No, that's
Henningberg. Now Henry Sense coming into the middle. So Frank and Henry Henry feeling no pressure, feeling very comfortable coming through the middle right here. Going to wrap and shoot Mouse. Nicely done by Henry. Now going to shoot Silos. Nicely done. Henry Sense and Frank onto Tommaso right there. Looking real comfortable.
Well, Frank's been doing a great job of taking real big bites on the Snake side when no one puts pressure on him.
Yeah.
He's looking like OG Frank Tommaso right now.
I mean, I think he felt really, he had a chip on his shoulder this offseason after it didn't work out with Revo last year. He lost a ton of weight. He's come back here in good playing shape with a lot to prove, and he's playing well.
Yeah, he looks like 2020, 2021 Frank Tommaso, so it's really good to see.
And he's a brilliant paintball mind. He's an engineer by trade, understands the angles, has great vision. He has all the tools you need, that's for sure. And now that he's back in really great elite playing shape, he's dangerous out here, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's been the read from the coaching staff, too. They believe in him. That's why they picked him up. Knew he was taking it very serious, shedding some of those pounds, and looking really good here in this three-man. So it could be especially with the loss of Jerry Caro, they need offense on that team. Because losing Jerry, it's a huge hit for the paintball community, and absolutely massive hit for the Ironman squad.
Now Energy Elite, Red Legion, Jameson Stanton shooting from that back center, unable to connect. Energy Elite getting everyone out alive, but JMO now launching into the middle. Ooh, tries to wrap in on Askren, but I think misses his shot, but comes on to Energy's side of the field. Playing really proactive is Jameson Stanton. Austin Buffton in that back center all day.
He did dip. They allowed Body to dip into the snake here for Energy Elite, so he does a little tactical retreat, get back to his brick.
And now Smotrov coming into the Dorito 3 for Red Legion. So what else is new? Red Legion developing offense all around the field.
Justin Politi, good job getting penetration here on the snake side.
Another person who was on our flight yesterday, Matty.
Another man that did not get a lot of sleep last night. Promise you that.
Smotrov looks like he got called out on some rub there, if you ask me. But, you know, I trust these refs. They do a great job. J-Mo going to try to shoot his way onto the Dorito wire. He makes it.
Unbelievable moves here from Stanton as he gets chased by the ref, but he stays alive, makes it all the way from the middle out to the Dorito side. And I don't think they know where he is. And Stanton's going to come down and make Politi pay. And then he's just going to win this one single-handedly as he dices up Buffton, but does get shot cross field, and that turns it into another one-on-one.
They trade. Good job by Jamison Stanton there to turn that into a no point right there. Shot his way out to the wire. Got a 2-for-1 trade. That makes it an even body one-on-one that also ends in a trade. Jamison Stanton, he's been down in Florida since he was in college, played with the Jits, ended up in the Russian Legion camp. He's been on their bench for the most part, but he's playing paintball all the time. That kid wants it.
These are the types of looks that the coaching staff wants to see out of these up-and-coming youngsters on the Red Legion squad. It's just really tough to get playing time when you look at the starting five they have, and now getting Smotrov back, who was a big part of their starting five a few years ago. But that was a beautiful job by Stanton because they have a lead. He turns a 2-1-3 into a no point. I'll take that any day.
Absolutely. Now, AC Diesel with Spica, Goldman, and Lackey against the Ironman, down one.
Quick into the snake here on the red side of the field for AC Diesel. Response from the Ironman. They're going to sense up the middle. Is that O'Mara?
No, that's Sense.
Yeah, Sense is getting so skinny these days.
Yep, O'Mara back on Arsenal. They broke up after all those years playing together, and Henry Sense has become a middle force of his own.
Not right. My bad. Oh, here comes a big counterpunch, though. So Sense took the ground early. Ironman, and then counterattack from Diesel looking pretty good for him. Lackey alive on the snake side.
They do get Goldman off the field, so it's a 2-on-2 now. Frank and Pat Kraft. Ooh, Pat Kraft, though, shoots Lackey, so now it's just Spica looking at Frank Antetomaso. Spica does not know the count. I think he called 2-on-2. I don't think he saw Lackey come off.
Spica's going to go for it, though, and ends up getting diced up. Not able to make that desperation run. Pat Kraft, beautiful work here for the Ironman on the D side of the field. And Frank's been playing well, too, so looking pretty good here as they're going to take a 2-point lead over Diesel with 5:24 to go. Yeah, forcing the concession to preserve time for Diesel.
Yeah, nicely done by the Ironman there. I didn't see how Mouse got shot. He might have traded. Someone might have picked him up when he came through to bunker Henry Sense. But that was critical for the Ironman. And then Pat Kraft shooting Lackey heads up really turned the tide in the Ironman's favor in that one.
Yeah, again, we are in the elimination bracket. So I think it's interesting. When I was growing up, this was called the losers bracket, and now we've renamed it the elimination bracket.
Come on, it's the losers bracket. We don't have to play ball with that, Matty.
I mean, I don't mind the name elimination, but it is the losers bracket.
Yeah,
it's technically sound to call it the elimination bracket.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just like the heat of the losers bracket.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Now a 3-on-2 situation. Askren through the middle. He's been so good for Energy Elite so far this year. They haven't had a ton of success winning matches, but they are getting something going with this new look lean roster. He's going to tie it up with 1 minute left to go.
Yeah, we got ourselves a game here.
Tied up.
They squandered a high body situation, but get right back on it. Tie this game up here. Point is good. Beautiful job by Askren.
Nelson and Buffton.
Yeah. It's kind of the big question here with Energy Elite with quite a bit of turnover on a roster that was good enough to have 7 overtime losses. They were all losses. Leadership team deciding to change things up.
After practice.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, Nelson's been looking pretty good.
Yeah. So now we got BJ, Alex Goldman, and Silos Cortez down 2 against the Ironmen with Nicolau Henry Sense, and Keith DeWitt Jr., number 19.
Well, Diesel's got some wheels and some guys that can play hyper-aggressive. Going to need it here. It's not quite run into guns moment yet here for Diesel. Cortez. Yeah, Henning, I mean, those 3 guys with some speed.
Mouse going no gloves out here on this nice grass. Throwing me off a little bit. I don't know if it's the choice of swag, but for some reason I find the Diesel guys hardest to differentiate out here, Maddie, from the booth.
Well, a lot of the guys are wearing these like ski mask type things,
right,
so you can't really see their necks.
The shiesty mask, I believe the kids call them.
Okay. But yeah, that it adds to the difficulty of identification.
Yeah. Ironman calling timeout there. Keith DeWitt getting held up by the chronograph ref on his way out to the box. So quick timeout. He's out there now. Mike Paxton, Shane Pastana calling that timeout, give him a chance to catch his breath, settle into the point, rushing to the box. See a lot of mistakes come from guys who rush out to the box.
10 seconds.
Ironman on your screen, getting ready. Try to preserve this lead. They're going to risk it, stay pocket, about to find out. Pockets those 3 internal bunkers, and it looks like they're going to risk Kyle out wide. They lose a body quick, though.
Yeah, Keith DeWitt gets shot going to that South Electronics can, so 3 on 2, exactly what you want if you're AC Diesel.
Great off-the-break shots, dialed in and taking a ton of ground up to that Snake Rito, that Snake 3 position, top side. And then now scurrying up on the D side as well, too, with Silos.
Silos moving so well out here, cruising into that Dorito 3. Kyle Nicolau gets shot, so it's just Henry Sense for the Ironman. AC Diesel looking like they're going to cut into this 2-point lead here, Maddie.
Yeah. Sense runs to his death. And Silos going to wave to the rest of his teammates and pull within 1 ton of time left. Off the break shots working out nicely for Diesel to stay close in this one.
Yeah, Ironman holding up short, but still able. We're unfortunately losing that body. Keith DeWitt.
30 seconds.
So now Diesel just down 4 minutes, 34 left to go. Long way in that match. Meanwhile, Red Legion, Energy Elite tied with just a minute left to go. This is the point here, Maddie.
Yeah, this is the point.
Energy Elite play everybody tight. 5-man, 3-man, old roster, new roster. It's all tight games out here.
Nothing but close games for them all year long so far here in 2025. Still have yet to put a pro win up on the board this year. But when you look at that plus minus, it's pretty impressive considering what was ahead to the 5-man tomorrow, 18th and an 18th. But only a -5.
Yeah.
At the last one. And -4. So they're sitting -9 for the year with 8 losses. I mean, it's just a very frustrating turn of events for them. But they could beat anybody.
Yeah, it's tough, too, with the way these the season rankings and relegation works out, because margin doesn't matter. You know, the 18th, you get 18th points. So Leverage, who really needs to move forward with 2 last places sitting in 20th.
Yeah, Leverage had a -19 at the last event, whereas Energy Elite had a -5, but they still were 0-4.
Right.
10 seconds.
Oh, I just got a correction from Devin Stewart. Zach Geiger is playing in Keith's jersey.
Ah. Thanks for making it easy for us, guys.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate that.
Oh, that's right. Geiger got the pickup because of an RIP Jerry Caro.
Yeah, and he was with that team last year, so leaving Infamous and going back, he and Henry Sense have a lot of history, have been teammates before. Now, just 2 bodies left alive for Red Legion.
Down to 43 seconds left to go in this tie game. Energy Elite need to get Buffton out of the back center.
Yeah, body advantage here. Good defensive spread if you're Red Legion to kill these 30 seconds of clock.
They already turned it a 2-on-3 into a no point. See if they can do it again.
Nelson, he's cruising up the Dorito side now. He just has to get through Smotrov's gun.
Yeah, they're running out of time, though. Just 16 seconds.
Hate that move by the Red Legion player forward right there. He's just 1 body left alive, 9 seconds. Got to send it right now. Oh, Smotrov hanging tough. 3. 2, 1, too little, too late. High body situation, unable to convert is Energy Elite there. Poor execution, but they just love one-on-ones. They love overtime.
Overtimes, yeah. Yet another overtime here for 2025 for Energy Elite. It will be a one-on-one battle. Got to send Nelson back out, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And he's one on one-on-ones today. He was their hero.
10 seconds.
So we will see. So Ironman up a point still here on Diesel, but decent amount of time left in this 3-on-3. His points been going pretty quick. 4:30 on the clock. Ironman go to the pocket. Diesel also into the pocket. Ironman first to launch, though, even with the lead. As they get into the snake and slightly up the middle to the door. Backcraft going to launch. Hit to the brick. Diesel still content to chill in the pocket. See if they can win some gunfights.
Frank in that snake Rito. It's been so quick into there for the Ironman. Silos in front of him, now zipping out. Ooh, and getting caught, I think, by Pat Kraft Jr.
Yeah, huge kill from Pat Kraft. Yeah, Silos just spent a little bit too much time popping the top as soon as he dove in. Here comes BJ Hindenburg trying to turn the tables as he dips into the snake 3 position. Kyle's going to get out wide. Kyle Nicolau spreading the field out.
Ooh, Frank and Mouse trade, so now it's a 2-on-1 advantage. Ironman, good job by Kyle Nicolau to come through and get BJ. That's just going to leave Pat Kraft Jr. left alive to extend the lead to 2. Oh, Kyle Nicolau lived, I think, maybe.
Still enough time, though, for Diesel. I'm surprised they're not conceding the point. We are in the loser's bracket, so they do concede. 3-18, 2 points for 18. Plenty of time.
Especially with their legs and their athletes on that team.
Going to have to potentially go away from, maybe go one more pocket, but they got to be careful. We've seen bodies come off even going into the pocket, specifically from that South Electronics can.
Yeah, and they had success shooting that the last time. I think they expected the Ironman to pocket up, but with Frank cruising into that snake Rito with real success, I think that pocket play becomes a little bit less appealing.
One-on-one right now. Send out Vasquez for Legion. Looks like they do.
So a rematch of what we saw earlier in this match. Nelson versus Vasquez.
Vasquez going to dip into the middle. Does Nelson pick him up? Looks like he does. Getting in a gunfight here. Vasquez going to reposition again. Got a lot of room to play with, but he's not tall enough to shoot over those bricks.
Really tough spots. Oh! Almost put one in on Nelson. Nelson having to check his gun. Those big bunkers can be sketchy because to switch sides, you have to hop over the top and lose track of your opponent quickly. Nelson more content to play that Aztec where he can pop out 3-4 spots.
Aztec's a good spot in a one-on-one.
I recommend BKI Paintball Nick Laval bunker grading system for deciding which bunkers you want to play in all situations. Right now, Nelson.
Well, and it looks like Vasquez going to do it again. Gets the drop in on Nelson, who shakes his head in a little sign of admiration as 2 times in a row getting shot in that one-on-one position.
Yeah,
Vasquez, beautiful job from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's unorthodox to play bricks in a one-on-one, to go up the middle and play bricks, but he made it work right there. Sometimes being unorthodox can work to your advantage. Your opponent doesn't expect it, and just able to maintain dominance while playing a large bunker, hopping up over the top, playing both sides.
Unless you're about 6'1", don't really like you in a brick in a one-on-one because you have to pop the top and do jump shots, which are historically incredibly inaccurate. But he just was a little bit more proactive, and then once he would get in that standard gunfight position around on the outside, just getting the better of Nelson. Jumping into this one here again, 2 points needed for Diesel. They get a kill off the break as Kyle Nicolau takes a walk and get another kill as well too. Pat Kraft Jr. comes off. That leaves just Geiger. And his hammer's about to get dropped on Geiger.
Nice job by Mouse, recognizing the body situation, cruising down.
Very quick point here from Diesel, the quickest we've seen here.
Lackey, nicely done. Yeah, Diesel's had good success on their short shots. They shot one off the South Electronics And then shooting that Dorito insert on this one. So those short shots, I think that's Mouse shooting from the back center on both of those.
Diversity in Mouse's skill set, highest paid player in the game. Get it done from anywhere.
So now they're in X-Ball. Quick turnaround between these points as Red Legion and Energy Elite has wrapped up.
Yeah, Red Legion knocking out Energy Elite here in the losers bracket, staying alive here in this tournament. Winners bracket is looking pretty interesting with Heat going to be taking on Impact, Dynasty, and XFactor. Neither one of those teams have dropped a game, hence still in the winners bracket. But down here it's tough when you playing a scrappy team, having to fight battle after battle, backs to the wall out of that elimination bracket. We will see. We will see. Tough to call a favorite right now, though, to be honest.
Tough to call a favorite. I like that Dynasty's running 2 lines because fatigue is going to start being a factor. These are a lot of points out here for these guys. We're seeing the same guys over and over again as we're getting deeper into this tournament. There's still a long way to go.
Speaking of same guys, Ironman bringing out again, looks like going to go with Jared Caro, Henry Sense, and got to go with Anta Tommaso.
Yeah, Pat Kraft Jr. wearing Jerry Caro's jersey in honor of his teammate who passed away. Yeah. He's been playing really well.
Hiding in the shade out there. Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
Again, they're playing for something more than just tournament win here with the tragic, untimely passing of Jerry Caro. Our respect go to his family. He was such a great guy, amazing paintball player. It was very sad to go back and watch the replays from the last event and realize this is the last time I'm going to be able to see Jerry Caro, play paintball. So, but yeah, they're playing for their fallen brother. That always gives you a little extra boost.
Pat Kraft Jr. repping the Caro jersey. That's a guy who cares a lot about his team and his teammates, plays with a ton of emotion. He's taking that burden on, not lightly. And let's see what the Ironmen have here. Looks like we got a quick technical timeout. The Ironmen a little thrown off.
Well, AC might have just got a look at the Ironmans where they're going to be going to their positions, so they had to get in a set position. Whereas Diesel was not in a set position. We see that guy go down on get in that starting stance. Sometimes they're running.
Typically, he's going to be taking some ground when they put that hand on the ground.
Sometimes they fake you out, though.
That's true. All right, now 5 seconds. Ironman up 1. Going short.
Both teams short, pocketed it up. First launch going to be Diesel. And then here comes the reaction from the Ironman, very quickly pushing into that snake side. Typically more what the Ironmen are doing. They've been probing the middle, but really like to get Frank up there pretty quick into the snake.
Yeah, he's crawling forward now into that snake Rito as Frank onto Tommaso. He's got Henry Sense right next to him. Jared Lackey now into the snake Rito. That gap forward into that wedge is being watched over by Henry Sense in that wedge right there on your screen. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Henry going to retreat. AC Diesel down 1. The onus is on them to attack. Mouse looks like he wants to come through the middle.
He's thinking about it. Mouse out in the blind zone. Shooting, looking towards that snake side.
Yeah, I think he was trying to put one in on Frank. We're actually trying to rip a bounce shot off the wedge into Frank. Doesn't look like that's zipping in on him. Frank protecting himself down low. Henry over the top of that wall. Frank looks like he wants to take another bite forward.
Yeah, close game and time ticking off the clock, but not a moment where AC Diesel has to do anything crazy and risky.
Jared does have the move forward if he wants it. No one's inside on him. Now Henry comes inside just as Lackey switches. Mouse now coming into the middle. He really wants to get Frank off the field. Ooh, I think Frank picked him up. He did. Frank lived. So now 3-on-2. Advantage Ironman.
And then Ironman dip outside, and here comes Sense up the middle as Lackey gets to the 50-yard line to get the kill. Crossfield there on Frank. He goes, eyes this guy in frustration as Henry Sense drops the hammer inside. Lackey got to be careful as Kyle Spica able to dip out, and he gets the kill.
Just Spica left alive. Frank's dead. Spica's left alive. He's going to tie this game up for AC Diesel.
Oh, what a great job. His head on his swivel. Kyle Spica stays alive in the madness. The only player left alive in the chaos to hit the buzzer, to tie this game with 46 seconds left on the clock.
Great job by Kyle hanging tough there. It looked like after Frank had killed Mouse that it was going to be the Ironman's victory, but Jared Lackey hanging tough and Spica picking up Henry in that one-on-one there at the end in the scramble allows Diesel to tie it up.
20 seconds.
X-ball mode now. These teams coming right back out. 45 seconds left.
Are they going to, with X-ball and less time in between points, Spica, they're going to send it back out after on a heater in that last point? I feel like if he's got the gas tank, got to send it back out.
Yeah, I think Spica's been really good for them on the scramble so far. He hasn't been, I would say, in their starting three, but I thought he's played well when he's had his opportunities.
Well, Spica also co-coaches essentially with Mark Johnson, but obviously still an amazing paintball player in his own right. So, and just, I mean, if it wasn't for Kyle Spica, this game's over. They're getting knocked out. Again, They are in the loser's bracket. So, right. But when you have a player come off a real good one, might want to get him back out there, and then you got to put Mouse out. And then Lackey's been looking pretty good. Maybe Silos.
Yeah.
Looks like they are going to send out Silos, Lackey, and Goldman. So Spica's going to take a rest.
Yep.
Here in what could be the final point. If we get through 45 seconds in a tie ball game, I'm going to see another one-on-one, which we have seen a decent amount today. And it's going to be Kyle, Henry, and what's that?
Pat Kraft.
Pat Kraft, yeah. Kind of seeing a steady dose of the same bodies for the Ironman.
Yeah, they're working Frank in there with Kyle. And then a lot of Pat Kraft, a lot of Henry, and a little Zach Geiger sprinkled in as well. Haven't seen any Glennon or Brody Lewis. Not sure if those guys are traveling with the team out here. 10 seconds, 45 seconds left in this one. Do or die time in this three-man tournament.
Yeah, tough to call a favorite here. Ironman been a little bit quicker on the attack and a little bit better off break shooting here for Diesel. No one comes off dead, though, for either team. It's going to be a 3-on-3 situation, gives us a better chance to see one-on-ones. Quick move here into the snake, and for the Ironman again.
Pat Kraft there, nice job filling out. So better field position certainly for the Ironman, but looks like both these teams.
Diesel dives in the snake too, Mike.
Yeah, a little content right now. Not seeing anyone really forcing the issue. Ooh.
Oh, beautiful shot inside his mouse. Smokes Pat Kraft. That forces the move, outside move in here for Henry Sense.
That was a huge move by Henry to get outside there. Going to make it harder to close, but Mouse now sharking. They trade.
Begging for a major. The ref's thinking about it as time expires. Henry screaming, I shot him way back there. I saw the ref think about going for a potential penalty in his pocket, and Henry coming off shaking his head.
That looked bang bang to me. I don't think that was a major. I think they're freaking out. But I think if you're Henry, there's a good chance you're going out for that one-on-one. You got to leave that behind. You can't get caught up on that bad penalty call because now it's a one-on-one to stay alive here.
Henry continuing his argument here as he walks into the pits.
Who do you got for the one-on-ones here, Matty?
I would probably send out Mouse for Diesel, and if Henry wasn't losing his mind, if he's calmed down a little bit, wouldn't mind seeing Henry. Frank's been looking really good. I think Henry's a little bit more consistent in those situations.
Yeah, both those guys.
Pat has had some good looks out here too. I'd probably go with Henry.
Yeah,
that's probably the safest bet.
I would go Henry too. On Baltimore Revo, I coached both those guys. We'd run a one-on-one tournament. Henry, always a contender in those. Frank won one as well. Both really good gun battlers, very smart players.
Yeah, I think Frank's a little bit more proactive.
Yeah.
Also reads the field really well. Henry, though, with all the weight he shed and how fast he's been looking, got to be close on the transition bunker to bunker. So, I don't know, kind of tough to call.
It's Pat Kraft Jr., though.
There you go. Pat Kraft Jr. going to be heading out here for the Ironman. And then I think you got to go Mouse.
You know, it's interesting these moments, too, because sometimes your best players don't want it.
It's going to be Silos Cortez. Also has had a good day today. I like that play call.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing from a coaching point of view because, sometimes the answer is obvious, but the guy might tell you in this sort of secret way, I don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And if a guy doesn't want it, it's tough to push him out there because in a one-on-one, it's really, you got to feel confident.
You have to have Jacob Edwards' level of confidence if you're going to thrive in these pressure situations, as he has been the hero for them multiple times in these moments. But that guy he walks out there like he's 10 foot tall, walking the earth like a Greek god, and he's going to demolish your soul. That's the confidence level you need in this situation.
Silos Cortez always feels confident. That guy drills a ton. Great snapshot. He's going up against Pat Kraft Jr. Winner stays alive. Loser goes back to the hotel.
Pat first to dip out, answered by Silos, both going towards the D side. Pat's going to chill for a sec. Silos going to go gun dominant. Pat's going to dip back into the center and then go all the way to South Electronics can. Pat's a little bit taller than Silos. Probably have a better chance of playing over the wedges and the bricks if he ends up in the middle.
I don't like how Pat is moving right now.
It doesn't matter how he's moving, though. He's going to make his shot. So he dips back into South Electronics can and then dots the eye of Silos Cortez. And so the Ironmen are going to hang in this tournament and eliminate AC Diesel. Pat Kraft, sure, Jerry is wherever he is in heaven, smiling down on you right now.
Yeah, Pat puts his hand to the sky, looks up, does the sign of the cross. Really great tribute to his fallen teammate right there to win the one. Yeah, he yells out 4, baby, for his boy Jerry Caro. Nice job, Pat. He's a class act. Doing right by his teammate right there, honoring his buddy, putting 4 fingers to the sky.
30 seconds.
And the Ironman going to move on, Matt.
Ironman moving on. Let's see who the Ironmen are going to play. Don't know yet, actually. Damage in that down in that bracket. Maybe seeing Damage play in the next one. And that is going to do it. So stick with us here, though. More action coming at you from this 3-man championship here at the NXL Midwest Open. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. We'll be right back.
Seconds. Back center this way. Rocket's running wide.
Looks like Zach Geiger's going to get taken out of the snake side insert here for Infamous. It's going to leave 3 bodies here for Infamous, kind of stuck in the center. Big move here by Nate Schrader coming to the center. He's looking for Ryan Hall, and he's going to get him. And he's also going to get Zach Patient.
I was like, oh, Nate just cleared it. We're good.
Okay.
I just took forever.
Okay, good. No, you didn't take forever. I'm just too quick.
Get out!
2-on-3 situation. Schrader going to go forward, hunting for Rodarte.
You got Rodarte here in the center tower, just waiting on Schrader, and he's going to get the drop in on him. So great point here for Nate Schrader.
Schrader living on the edge right now, taking a lot of risk on, but it is a drastic reward potentially here for Uprising now.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, Graham! Let's fucking go, Graham! Oh my God! Where the fuck is my belt? World fucking champion! Let's go! All the way, baby! Let's go. They're fucking scared. Let's fucking go, Joel. We did it. Fucking did it. Thank you for believing in me, brother. I fucking shot that Rick and I got that Ricky. Let's go. I'm happy for you, mate. Way to dig deep with that thickness, man. Let's go to Sunday. Let's win this shit together. Let's win this shit together. Stare me down, kid. I got your number. I got your number. I said stare me down to him, but if you want to stare down too, I got your number too. Okay.
1 minute.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I have been playing pro for a long time. I'll be here. I'll be here.
I'll be here.
Hey, believe in yourself, believe in each other, right? Go for the fucking logo on our chest. This is what we do, dude. This is what we train for. This is the fucking moment that we all dream of. Come out there, bring your best self, and continuously get better. Yes, baby. Let's go, baby.
Mic up?
Yeah, hot mic.
I'll let them know.
We'll let them.
You know what it is.
You know what it is, ho.
Well, now you about to find out.
Yeah, boy.
Go. Baby, baby, baby. Baby dragon. 100.
We are back. 2025 NXL Midwest Open. And Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. Right now, Baltimore Arsenal taking on Infamous here in the elimination bracket. Infamous starting from the blue side. Arsenal in the red jerseys are going to be losing Benny Carroll here from the red side as they get Caleb Abel into the snake 3-on-2 situation here in favor of Infamous. And they're going all the way up and very quickly attacking that top side.
It's Archie Barnes Jr. in the snake. They did lose another body, though, so Nathan Abul Hassan for Infamous closing it out, playing with good pace, making sure.
What was Rob yelling at?
Abul Hassan is saying, "Hey, I'm alive," and Rob Velez said, "Call the kill." He's saying, "Hey, that's on you for not calling your crossfield comms. Call the kills out here." both have an argument.
Yeah. They do win the point though, so going to go up very quick. First one here for Infamous. Blowing open that top side.
20 seconds.
Meanwhile, Damage, Paintball Fit, both these teams favorites, but have found themselves in the elimination, aka losers bracket.
Looks like Fit going to go with that starting line they had as Chavez, Mason, and Johnson.
3 guns up, 3 short spots. Likewise for Damage. However, Jonathan Chavez going to take an early walk, so 3-on-2 advantage Tampa Bay Damage. Chris Shear, Jason Edwards, and now Keith Brown dipping into the snake. Keith Brown switching up the swag, Matty, wearing a Sandana out here.
Yeah, I do a double check. Keith Brown in that snake 2 position. He's going to crawl up into the snake Rito. Snake 3. Wrap around feeling no pressure. Going to get that inside kill on Mason. And leaving, I believe, just Johnson.
Yeah, switches up the swag, but the form and the execution is vintage Keith Brown, that's for sure. Chris Shear now getting out wide on the Dorito side. He eats up Johnson with the first ball. Damage going up 1-0.
Yeah, looking good here in that first one. No real problems at all. No grinding of gears, just a flawless point. Keith gets in the snake early, backed up by big Jason Edwards. Chris Shear doing Chris Shear things over on the D side.
Yeah, we didn't see Keith in their last match. I imagine with the injury troubles he's had the past few seasons, they're being cautious about his usage today, but good to see him getting a quick spin there and connecting on some shots.
Yeah, they're deep, and they got options, but Keith Brown's Keith Brown.
Keith Brown he's a dog, Matty, as you said. You're one on the snake side, you want him to be a dog. Meanwhile,
like now Caleb is going to get the spin. We saw ABJ in that first one.
Yeah, Sean Saucedo coming out there as well for Arsenal with Stephen O'Mara. So Chris Jansen working in Saucedo, who we haven't seen, going to the bench a little bit. Infamous now sending Silberg up the middle. Saucedo picks up his mirror, comes through, trades with Silberg, so 2-on-2. Stephen O'Mara down the Doritos, and Caleb Abel's alone on the snake side. Stephen kills, I believe that's Trevor Reeser on the fill.
Quicker outside progression for Baltimore Arsenal, working out nicely for them. Playing a little bit more proactive. Got him that kill. Puts him in a 2-on-1.
Yeah, it's Caleb Abel and Stephen O'Mara against Nathan Abul Hassan.
Yeah. Nathan's still wheeling and dealing over here, though. Goes right into the gun and does trade out, and that will give Arsenal the point as Caleb Abel, the lone survivor, either squad, top side, going to tie this game up 1-1.
Sean Saucedo, proactive through the middle there, gets the trade. Caleb and Steven develop on the outside. Based off of that move, shoot a filler, get a trade. Nice, clean, 3-man point for Arsenal to tie it up. Now we got Marcelo Margot, Chris Shear coming out for Tampa Bay Damage along with Keith Brown. Marcelo with his new squad after his departure conflict with Impact. Third team in 4 tournaments for Marcelo, but undoubtedly one of the best players in the game.
One of the best players ever. It's also cool to see 2 of the main starting line for Dynasty during their run now on Damage with Keith Brown. That's a hell of a 3-man roster. They're going to get the first kill here. Fit, so Fit down a body early yet again.
Keith, though, gets shot on the fill out. Trenton Mason putting a coast-to-coast shot in transition on Keith Brown, making the move. That's why he's one of the best in the business right now is Trenton Mason.
Mason, MVP award winner, so good over here. And a little bit better field position here for PB Fit, just out that 1 extra bunker, which puts him closer into the snake. Mason's thinking about getting across, and he does. No problem. Didn't even have to dive in. Still goes all the way untouched. Just gunning his way into snake, too.
Damage did pick it up. I heard Marcelo call it. He's with Chris Shear. Those guys are quite familiar with one another. Former Dynasty teammates, as you just mentioned, Maddie. Seaball and Trenton Mason have won 3 tournaments in a row together, or 2 in a row, I should say. Seaball, the offseason pickup, stepped in, filling in for Colt Lukow following his injury.
Okay, looks like able to get out wide. Chris Shear, Tampa Bay. Back corner bunker on the D side. Marcelo's thinking about trying to get across, but gunfighting from that back center. Shear going to go into D1. Mason now right into D2.
Shear able.
Oh, and Shear eats up Mason. Mason had no idea he was there. Now puts a 2-on-1 situation here in favor of Damage.
Chris Shear's playing great out here on this Dorito side. This is a high responsibility Dorito side. It's not super easy to push. Chris Shear connecting right there on C-Ball. He looks great out here. I'd say he looks like the best player on the Dorito side so far today.
I can't argue that. I agree with you.
Pushing in that low body situation earlier today, attacking in the 2-on-2 there.
He's just getting really good reads. It's happening at the perfect time. Executing on his shots. High survivability. Just crushing it right now.
Tie game here. Infamous Arsenal. Looks like we got Velez, Reeser, and perhaps Silberg. Looking at Archie Barnes Jr., Cody Mikowski, and Stephen O'Mara.
Silberg been taking big bites up that middle here for Infamous. But very quickly getting into the snake. Arsenal wrapping around.
I don't think he knows Silberg is there, though. He might get eaten by Silberg here, Archie Barnes Jr., if he's not careful. Silberg definitely knows he's there.
He's got to be careful on this head check inside. Oh, and Silberg misses his shot. ABJ calling the communication crossfield that forces a tactical retreat. An intelligent one as Infamous also made their way into Snake 3.
Good job by Silberg there. You know, you get picked up in that spot. Archie Barnes Jr. calls Alamo, meaning he's on our side. You do the quick tactical retreat. Good job, Archie and Cody Mikowski picking up the retreat there, too.
ABJ, pretty big voice. Now just got to stay alive in the spot. Trying to rip a bounce shot. Not the angle for the bounce shot there. It would be if there was somebody in the Alamo, but or their brick.
Yeah, I think just trying to protect himself a little bit. He can't really go forward with someone in those bricks. Archie Barnes, want to value his body here. Tie game, even bodies, 3-on-3.
Yeah, still a lot of time left in a 3-on-3. 4 minutes left. We're only working with 4 pods.
Both teams in the snake, Rito. Archie Barnes unable to shoot Silberg, but does know where he is. Rob Velez, though, pressing the issue into that wedge for Infamous. He's got dominance on Stephen O'Mara.
Yeah, Velez, a couple good looks for him earlier on today. And that crucial 50-yard line wedge. Cody Mikowski doubling up here in the snake structure with ABJ. Trying to probably ask ABJ, hey, what's it going to take to get you across? ABJ is going to bully his way across. Stays alive.
Yeah.
Silberg, though, looking in the middle. ABJ might be able to get a shot in on his foot. Silberg is going to have to launch. He gets
just hit in his leg.
Yeah, he definitely had a hit in his leg.
Yeah, the ref's
going to check him out. He's going to throw a major penalty. Should be he still hasn't thrown it yet. Okay, there's the red flag. Major penalty assessed here on Infamous.
Cody Mikowski wisely, just standing over the top. That was a great job by Cody, just getting close behind Archie. It gave him the confidence to make that move forward. Silberg, recognizing that the clock was ticking, launches, gets shot, shoots a body. That's a major point Arsenal.
It looked like ABJ was the one. I don't know if ABJ shot him in the foot as he was running across. That's a great shot from ABJ. One of the knocks against ABJ, amazing first attacker. He's hyper violent over there, but he would miss his first engagements a few times.
Yes.
Didn't seem to miss that one.
Yeah, and if you're playing 3-man, 5-man, whatever it is, if you're playing behind a one who's getting stuck, just getting close behind somebody, that's what gave Archie the confidence to go forward there. Great job by Cody Mikowski. Arsenal taking a 1-point lead.
Chris Horn, Donaldson, and Keith Brown. Tampa Bay Damage showing, flexing on the depth of the roster right now. See if these guys can get it done with this 2-point lead.
This is a speed line out here, Maddie.
It is a speed line, even with the 2-point lead, but wanted to keep these legs fresh, even though they're still running Keith.
Watch for Carter to play the center, says Colt Lukow to his boys at the start box.
Looks like Carter's going wide. Now he's going to stop, shoot in the blind zone. 3-on-3 to start, and Carter, sure enough, does launch up the middle on a delay, makes it clean.
I don't know how Colt knew that, but it was really good. And now Chris Horn getting outside of the Dorito. Into Dorito 2, shoots Cyrus Garinger, shoots Jacob Seaball. So Chris Horn making the most of his spin right now.
Yeah, Horn looking good. They're going to get that kill. So another pretty cake point here for Tampa Bay Damage. Go up 3-0. Concession from PB Fit to preserve some of that time. 4:01 still on the clock.
Yeah, long way to go if you're Paintball Fit, but right now it's all Tampa Bay Damage. Fit playing those back 3 bunkers. That's been their bread and butter. You haven't really seen them deviate from that really at all out here in 3-man.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing 3-man. There is cash at stake, and you are playing the best paintball players in the world, but it has been since the 4th event. Last time PB Fit lost a tournament was the 4th event last year. So
a long time ago.
Interesting to see how it's going to, if they do end up dropping this game, they're going to shake it off like, it's just a 3-man. We got the real tournament tomorrow. Or if maybe a tiny bit of doubt will starting to be sown in their minds.
I'm sure Colt Lukow will tell them all that everyone's doubting you. They think you aren't winners anymore. They're going to say your streak's broken. He's going to tell the story to them.
Got to.
He's a good storyteller.
He is.
He gets
really
them motivated.
He's an excellent 10-10 motivator.
And a great scout, too. He's really taken on that coaching role right there. I don't know how he knew Dante. He's just one body. Oh, okay, so there were no bodies left to pull for Infamous, so that major from the last one. So they just send Nathan Abul Hassan out in a 1-on-3. He doesn't shoot anyone, so immediate concession there. Why waste time in a 1-on-3?
Indeed.
No love lost between Nathan Abul Hassan and Caleb Abel, both Midwestern guys. They play at Blast Camp a lot.
Nathan drawing the short straw on that one, having to go out there in a 1-on-3. But hey, they probably knew you're not really gonna have to do much, kid.
And he's a chippy guy. You know, I could see him volunteering for that. Nathan Abul Hassan, he's someone who I don't think gets frustrated when he's overshot. He plays with no fear. I like his attitude. I don't know him at all as a person, but he comes out here with poise.
Marcelo Margot getting another spin with Donaldson. Showing the young Padawan angle.
You can see the dominant strategy with these coaches once they enter into the elimination bracket to go more to the bench. Get some more looks. It's not to say that they're giving up on this at all. Oh, here's a face we haven't seen at all today. Scott Stewart for Paintball Fit.
Scott Stewart's going to be Stewart, Seabaugh, and Chavez. Here's the PB Fit.
Stewart nursing an injury or anything, you know?
Didn't get any intel on that, so maybe just trying to save the big dog for the 5-on-5.
Yep, that makes sense. Nice poem there. She's got her phone out. I wonder how many poems she writes before the tournament. That's a good output from her.
She's getting new material with every win, so
I want her to submit her best work to Great American Paintball. You know, maybe get those poems in print.
I think she should do that.
Yeah.
Like all the ones during their run up to greatness.
Yeah, I mean, we might not take them all. We're going to have to see if they get past snuff by our poetry editor. Let's see. Paintball Fit down 3. It's a good moment to test your grit, show some fight here. 3-on-3 breakout. Both teams in the back 3 bunkers. Marcelo communicating with names.
Such a distinctive voice. So our guy, you could probably hear him over at the 50, the bar in the center of the sponsorship area. Couple moves here from Fit in some penetration over on the snake side. Body and snake. Body in that South Electronics can. Stewart wrap around trying to get up snake 3. As body drop and Horn taking the walk here for damage.
Yeah, I think that was just Scott Stewart too much on the wrap. Now he's on to Damage's side of the field. Marcelo going to filter out wide. Vintage Marcelo Phil right there, gun up. Hops out wide. Thought he might have shot Scott Stewart, does not. Still 3-on-2 advantage, Paintball Fit.
Scott does know he's there. Still, yeah, 3-on-2. Oh, no, not anymore, as Donaldson's going to take the left just. Marcelo Margatti gets cyclopsed. And PB Fit finally on the board as we crack the 3-minute mark. Good looking point there for Scott Stewart. MVP in Atlantic City, winning the one-on-one, playing the toughest spot on the field, that really tough insert on the snake side, and then winning the one-on-one against Oxgodin to allow PB Fit to hoist their 3rd trophy in a row.
Yeah,
good to keep him fresh.
Going to that Dorito side in that one-on-one when everyone in the world, including myself, thought he'd go snake side for sure, and then just gun dominant that whole way. That was magical.
Yeah, left-handed to the D side.
10 seconds.
Away from the side you've been playing.
Yeah.
Smart play call, and it worked out awesome for him. So here we go. Arsenal, see if they can protect this 2-point lead.
Sean Saucedo back out there. It's Velez, Silberg, and Reeser for Infamous. Velez making moves up the Dorito side. Cody Mikowski already in the snake. Sean Saucedo going to die out of his bunker, though.
And whoever plays Infamous might as well just let Silberg start at the 50, because he's been there pretty much every single point we've watched him play.
Yeah, it's just Stephen O'Mara now for Arsenal, as Mikowski and Saucedo die out of their bunkers. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Infamous looking to narrow the lead to 1 here. Stephen O'Mara, a dangerous gun in a 1-on-3. Low odd situation, but that is one squirrely player. But nice job by Infamous, working as a collective to put another point on the board here, Matty.
Velez, Mike just running in, try to preserve all that time. 2:08 on the clock, only down by 1. As long as he's clean, looks like he is. 3-2 will be the score. Infamous fighting here, hanging in here with Arsenal.
Sure are.
Good start for Arsenal.
Velez familiar with these guys. He played for Revo in 2023. Went back to Impact for a year. Didn't see a lot of play time over there, and then ends up on Infamous, where he's really found a home.
Looks like Marky Ireland going to get a spin with Keith Brown and Chris Shear.
How many players do they have? 20 on Damage?
It's like 36, maybe 37. Yeah, they got a deep roster. No Brian Smith, though, or his Achilles.
Oh.
He's going to be out for a while, but ooh, a little bit of a miss start here for Keith Brown. So they made the most of a tough situation here for Tampa Bay. With 2:45 to go, they lose Keith Brown on a miss start. So 3-on-2 right now in favor of PB Fit. Going to get into the snake.
Stewart again, spinning. And then it's Chris Shear and Markey remaining for Damage. Up 2. Not in a big hurry to make any moves. Here comes Seaball for Fit to the middle.
Yeah, as long as Chris Shear's out there, can't count him out. This has just been masterful here in low body situations for Tampa Bay. Damage.
Great comms by Paintball Fit, as always. Trying to coordinate what they need to shoot in to move forward.
Scott Stewart crawling up and then getting right past it, getting into the 50-yard line. They should be able to put a better pinch on Markey in that back center. And he's going to actually shoot out Chris Shear. Leaves just Markey Island in the back corner bunker, but no longer, as Scott Stewart powers his way down the D side to put up their second point here.
difference in the match is getting Scott Stewart off the bench right now, Maddie.
Apparently.
2 points in a row. Scott Stewart might have racked up 6 kills in 2 points.
It's almost like this guy's an MVP award winner or something.
It's getting hot out here, Maddie.
Yeah, force multiplier here for PB Fit. Scott Stewart, see if they spin him again. Yeah, starting to heat up a little bit. It's starting to be a beautiful afternoon, though. We need to enjoy this 80-degree weather before it starts ratcheting up the temp out here in the Midwest.
Yeah, definitely feel like these coaches are going to be thinking about how much they're spinning guys right now in this afternoon. Benny running and shooting and diving into the corner. Oh, I think they might have shot Rob Velez in the pack there in the snake. Does Arsenal? They do.
Benny taking the walk and getting frustrated here as they just not able to, having a hard time trying to preserve this lead. Weaver's still alive. There's no one on the D side at all here for Arsenal. They did shoot out Velez, though, so it's 2-on-2. Better field position for Infamous, though.
Yeah, Silberg coming forward. I don't know that he knew Archie Barnes was there, though. Archie Barnes now into the wedge, just gives his body away, though, to Silberg. So now it's just Elliot Weaver in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, ABJ must have thought that Silberg was still at the brick and that he could kind of block out. But even from that position, Weaver has pulled out some 1-on-2s in his day, and it's not going to be this one, though. So Infamous looking real good here in this march to this tie.
Yeah. Yeah, Benny Carroll for Arsenal, they've specialized him more this year as a Dorito attacker, playing the 1 over there, and he's done very well in that. They went 4-0 in the prelims in Atlantic City, but then he struggled against the Tonons. Benny is kind of an X factor for them so far this year. When he plays well, they do well. When he struggles, they've been struggling.
I'm going to give Benny the benefit of the doubt because he was on our flight last night, and I talked to him this morning, and he said he only slept maybe 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah. He's a huge baby when he doesn't get his sleep either. I've known that guy a long time.
I was like, you get any sleep last night? He's like, not really.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be ready to go tomorrow. I know his wife, Louisa's probably watching. She's going to be on him. She's a tough critic, Louisa. Holds everyone accountable. Now, Paintball Fit trying to come back here against Tampa Bay Damage. They shoot Marcel Margot out of the back center off the break. They kill Chris Shear as well.
The heavy guns up play worked out nicely. All 3 guns with slow walks out to their spots, just putting streams of paint downfield works out nicely here. And now they're in a 3-on-1. Should be able to very easily tie this game up. It's actually going to be conceded, so Tampa Bay Damage is going to concede the tying point to keep 1:20 on the clock here. 3-3 the score, so it's all Damage in the start, now all PB Fit.
You know what's dangerous about Paintball Fit is they run those breakout drills, like shooting the short shots, shooting back at the center 10 million times at their home field, and just having this 3-man to get reps on that on the field that they're going to play the full tournament. Dangerous, Maddie.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Dialed in. Now, quick turnaround here. Arsenal, Infamous. Yeah, steady dose of Reeser, Silberg, and Velez out here.
You guys tell me, what's more beneficial right now?
Let's listen in real quick. Yeah. What's more beneficial? Did you just answer survive?
Yeah, he did.
I need you to survive. That would be very beneficial for us.
Stephen O'Mara now running in.
20 seconds.
Cody Mikowski, Caleb Abel, and Stephen O'Mara for Arsenal in this tie game. Ooh, Alamo. Stephen O'Mara is going to go to Infamous' side of the field right here, Maddie.
Love that. Yeah, O'Mara digging up the middle of the field, dips around the mini wall, checks on the lane, stays at the brick, though.
Yeah, he made the read. Silberg in that brick.
Mirrored up in the middle of the field with under a minute to play. Mikowski dips into the snake, though, first. So Arsenal first to attack and getting some dominant offensive, well, decent offensive positions. Answering now is Infamous, is mirrored up exactly. First to go, though, now. Oh, and they get the kill inside on O'Mara. 2-on-3 in favor of Infamous. Now a 2-on-2 as that body drops from the snake. Mikowski getting out wide, tried to get the drop on Velez. Stays outside wide for a second. Here comes a big move on the D side for Arsenal, trying to get the drop on Silberg. 20 seconds to go. Velez launches, gets eaten up by Mikowski. Now it's a 2-on-1 in favor of Arsenal. They got a chance if Mikowski can launch and does get the kill here and stays alive, but needs to hit the after. No, it's Caleb Abel. Caleb Abel going to hit the afterburners, and he should have enough time to get in there, no problem. Looks like he gets beat there.
Yeah, Cody Mikowski on the Dorito side there did a wonderful job filling out. I believe he killed Reeser, heads up, goes through the, goes forward, occupies Silberg's gun. I don't know what happened with Rob Velez. He had the drop on Caleb Abel all day. I think his gun might have malfunctioned right as he came around on Caleb, who leaned back like the Matrix and put it on his boy from the Midwest and then hit the afterburners. Nice job by Arsenal there.
Yeah, it was Arsenal to start, Infamous with the comeback, and Arsenal to finish. Still in this tournament here in the losers bracket. And they will be playing Red Legion.
Nice. Now tie game, Fit, Damage. Jacob Edwards quick into the snake for Damage here.
Mike Seaball getting bounced in that back center off the break.
Heating up in the afternoon. The Edwards brothers coming off the bench. They've seen enough after Paintball Fit. Erase their 3-point lead. Now a tie game with just a minute left. Both teams with 3 bodies alive.
Horn able to get out and up, and they get the kill inside. Another one coming off from that middle. Looking good for Damage.
Yeah, Fit should concede right here. I think in a 1-on-3. I don't care how good Jonathan Chavez is.
And they are going to concede. So the Edwards brothers and Chris Horn getting it done for Tampa Bay. Score is going to be 4-3. Not much time left on the clock.
Yeah, let's see what Paintball Fit does in a situation where they have to create offense. I don't want to say push, because oftentimes when Fit needs a point, they like to hold up and trust their guns to shoot the short shots off the break, but wouldn't be surprised to see a run here either.
Yeah, I mean, PB Fit, I'd go back to that. Just remind all the guys that just played on the comeback, hey, you guys are all spinning. Let's try to win this one here. Did you see how much time it was, like minute 30?
Oh, no, it's under
a minute?
Yeah, it's about 40 seconds.
40 seconds?
Yep.
Yeah, their guns off the break have been working nicely. Maybe try to shoot one of those inside shots.
Yeah.
Which has been working out great for them. Get that kill, and then start flooding bodies up the field.
I loved what Skinny Kevin just said to Chris Shear right there. Chris, you're in charge of the danger. That typically means a body getting lost on the Dorito side. Just making clear the responsibility. That streaker on the Dorito side is your responsibility for Chris Shear.
So it's going to be Keith Brown, Marcel Margot, and Chris Shear as the 3 for Damage. Scott Stewart's already ready to go for Fit. Seaball's coming back out. And Chavez, so it is the same line.
30 seconds.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Chavez run and shoot to the Dorito corner here. They might hold him up, but I'd like to see Chavez get on his horse a little bit more than we've seen so far from him in the 3-man. Scott Stewart, you know he's going to try to be in that snake quick.
Yeah, I kind of like them going heavy guns up just because those guns are so lethal off the break, and you might get a kill inside. Because Damage is not going to triple up the back center. Right. You have to at least run out to the pocket. Looks like Shear might be taking a risk. No, pocket it up here for Damage. Everyone makes it alive. PB Fit did exactly what I thought they would do. They held the guns up to try to shoot those inside bodies, but Damage dove into those spots. They did not run and gun into those spots. Smart play up for both sides.
Skinny Kevin recognizing the tendency of the opponent. Let's just get our bodies out alive. We're not worried about them streaking. That's not their MO. Their MO is heavy guns like you called, Maddie. Seaball now crawling forward. Just 10 seconds left, though. It's too late. Damage is going to eliminate Paintball Fit from this 3-man tournament. Seaball going to clock in a second, but it's just too late, Matt.
Yeah, that would have been a great play call if there was a minute and 15 left, because Seaball absolutely got in there untouched, unnoticed, and was starting to chalk up kills. Unfortunately, he just took too long in the crawl. I mean, he was going as fast as he could, but not much he could really do in that situation other than what he did. Maybe launch a little bit earlier. Still, Tampa Bay Damage going to knock out PB Fit. It's the first time that PB Fit has lost a paintball tournament since the 4th event last year, as Damage will move on to play the Ironman. So that is going to do it here for this set. Stick around, though. Still lots of 3-man battles coming at you here at the Midwest Open. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. We'll be right back.
me down, kid. I got your number. I got your number. I said stare me down to him, but if you want to stare down too, I got your number too. Okay.
1 minute.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I have been playing pro for a long time. I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here.
Hey, believe in yourself, believe in each other, right? Go for the fucking logo on our chest. This is what we do, dude. This is what we train for. This is the fucking moment that we all dream of. Come out there, bring your best self, and continuously get better. Yes, baby. Let's go, baby.
Mic'd up?
Yeah, hot mic.
I'll let him know.
We'll let them.
You know what it is.
You know what it is, ho.
Well, now you about to find out.
Yeah, boy.
Go. Baby, baby, baby. Baby dragon. 100, 400. 400, 500, Chris here. 400, 500 alpha. Hey, kill the 400. Kill the 400. That's right. Save your boy. Hey, hey, that's what patience does. Patience, baby. Way to fucking be.
Hey, fuck these clowns up.
You're right. Go. Baby, baby. Get out, get out, get out. Hey, kill the 400. Dallas, Dallas. Go. Hey, 100, 100, 100, 100.
But here comes Tyler Panilio on the counterattack. He's about to get run down and stitched up
Chris is going. Chris
by
is going.
Chris Shear, and Chris Shear's going to finish it off.
Yeah. Hey, Chris is still alive. That's game. That's it. That's it. Yeah, you Gucci, dog. Sheesh. That man looked good. They forgot about the dog. That boy a dog. Yeesh.
This morning, I could look in all your faces, and it was like no one was fucking awake. Like, we didn't have enough caffeine. We didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah.
Something. That we were fucking dead.
Yeah.
We all work, right? We're all blue-collar men. You have to be a morning person. We are here to do this, We have to show up to do this.
You know what tomorrow is for a game? First thing in the morning.
Believe in each other, right? Believe in each other and believe in yourself.
Family on 3. 1, 2, 3, family.
Hey, it's BRNT at CRBN. We have a new product, IC Nano Barrel Kit. This is our standard IC Nano Barrel, 756 microports. Water can get out, but it cannot get in. All-weather performance, also an unmatched sound signature in paintball. Uses Planet Eclipse PWR inserts. Also has the internal threads if you're going to use a rifle insert. Comes in our new barrel case with 4 critical bore sizes, 679, 683, 687, 691. We chose those sizes as they fall in between the standard Planet sizes. These are available at your favorite paintball retailer, $234.95. Check them out now also at crbnpaintball.com.
We are back here. 2025 Midwest Open, the third stop on the tour this year here for the NXL. Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. We're still in these 3-man battles going down here. So who's going to win this championship? We got a long ways to go, though. But right now we're back into the winner's bracket. It's Houston Heat taking on Impact. Houston Heat on the blue side, Impact on the red side. Both teams going up to the initial pocket positions. First to launch an attack is going to be Houston Heat as they dive a body into the snake early. Looks like JC's going to cut through the inside route and get up to the wedge very quickly.
Yeah, we're seeing the meta develop here, Matty, that it's the pocket 3 and then quick moves off of that. Ryan Moorhead already into the snake Rito for Houston Heat. Now Sam Monville filtering through the middle, not feeling a lot of pressure playing over the top of that center brick, but Tyler Harmon, though, going to try to catch him coming forward. Monville able to live going forward. JC and Tyler Harmon working in tandem right here. We're going to see this stack of bodies a lot all weekend long. Meanwhile, Monville trying to keep Tyler from taking another bump forward. They're going to gun battle here. Monville wisely rolling off. Just trying to deny Harmon that move forward into that wedge.
Monville being very disciplined. You're in a limited paint situation. Can't just rip multiple lanes and burn through all your pods to keep Tyler from moving to the 50. Tyler thinking about engaging here with Sam. Tyler Harmon, the best snapshots in the game. Monville's been a notoriously good gunfighter throughout his long career.
Good comms always from the Impact boys. Relaying, hearing a question cross-field from Brandon Cornell and answering it. That's really nice comms. Good listening by Tyler Harmon, playing a forward snake position, but he keeps his ears open. Ryan Moorhead, though, moving now into that wedge. He just has Brandon Cornell in front of him.
Ooh, looks like JC might have got caught. Oh, and maybe they're losing Brandon. No, it looks like Brandon's still good to go, but they shoot Ryan Moorhead, so it's a 2-on-2 situation here. Still a little in favor of Impact, though, with the field spread the way it is. Monville's going to go hunting up the middle. Here comes Brandon Cornell. He's going to launch and gets the kill on Sam. Monville now 2-on-1 in favor of Impact. Just D's on left here for Houston Heat.
Yeah, Brandon Cornell really turned the tide at this point. Ryan Moorhead had wrapped and killed JC, but then Cornell picked up Moorhead, then comes forward and kills Monville. Nicely job by Brandon Cornell and Tyler Harmon to pull out the 2-on-3 there. Impact looking good. Great comms, spreading the field.
20 seconds.
Playing as a unit, asking questions and answering them. That's high-level communication, Maddie, not just shouting codes, having conversations.
10 seconds.
Harrison Fry, Arturo Andrade, and Blake Yarber. 3 bodies here starting for Dynasty in their battle against San Antonio XFactor. A classic paintball matchup that we've seen for the past 20 years. Who's going to win this one? Blake, no problem with his loader at the start of that point. So better field position here for XFactor is their first to go. Archie Montemayor bullies his way up into the Snake 3. And Colt Roberts is in great position early into D2. Running referee is going to come out, check out Harrison Fry, and he's going to get a minor penalty. That's going to pull out Blake Yarber, and Arturo gets shot cross field by Archie. Quick point here. Perfect point for San Antonio XFactor.
Yeah, Archie playing with a lot of freedom on that Snake side, recognizing he wasn't catching any pressure, comes forward, shoots Harrison Fry. Harrison Fry, sometimes shisty, took a little too long after getting shot by Archie. The ref didn't like it. He called a minor penalty.
Love the early offense from San Antonio XFactor with Colt just so quickly getting to that D2 position. They had Matt Jackson in the middle, and then Archie just flying up that Snake.
Colt playing more of the one on the Dorito side for them, along with Cody Bayless. No Timmy Stetzel. Timmy Stetzel taking a step back from paintball, no longer with the XFactor boys. So slight hole there offensively for them. He had started to emerge as a real threat on the Dorito side, but with Cody Bayless and Colt 45,
yeah, Cody's been really solid for him. Veteran, been around forever. OG XFactor body, and then Colt Roberts, one of the best ever to do it, so they still have some depth there.
Especially on this Dorito side where it's a high responsibility position. You don't have to be the fastest one up the field, but you just can't die.
Yeah, just hope to see Timmy get a good run at a few years where he can not hurt or doesn't have to get a new job. Like he actually plays some paintball for 3-4 seasons in a row. He's young, though. He's got time.
Now, Impact up 1. Scoreboard malfunction right here, but Impact does, in fact, have a 1-point lead. Houston Heat. Ryan Moorhead getting into the Snake now. Sam Monville getting a lot of spins out there for them. Dalton Vanderbilt, however, is already in Dorito 2 for Impact. Zach Yakimek backing up his boy on the Snake side. Oh, yeah, Mikey Arena is already into Heat side of the field in the Doritos. Mikey's playing with awesome pace.
Yeah, he's been on one here today in the spins that we've seen him. Just constantly aggressive. He's a bully. He's developed he's cultivated his game, though, so he's got a lot of different elements to it now. It's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, he's a bulldog out there. He really comes forward.
But like you said, the pace and the timing is really what has been pretty amazing. He does get clipped cross-field, though. A little bit too big of a bite on that one.
Yeah, pushing a little too much. However, Zach Yakimek had stayed close behind him, so still in that 50 wedge for Impact. So 2-on-2 situation, certainly positional advantages for Impact.
Good comms from Heat. Dalton getting very close to Ryan Moorhead here. Battle of two legendary Dorito side players. And Dalton should be able to get the drop in on Moorhead. And he stays alive. Great job by Dalton Vanderbilt.
That was so methodical by Dalton. That was awesome. And then Zach shoots Sam Monville out of the back center. Dalton just recognizing he's not getting pressure, knows where the two bodies are, comes forward in such a way, doesn't sprint at Ryan Moorhead and give him a chance to turn his gun, just creeps around, shoots Moorhead, and then Zach Yakimek sweeping up as he often does for impact there.
20 seconds.
20 seconds before we jump into the next point. Looks like Barrett, Kyle Berry, and Danny Schonauer are going to get a spin here for San Diego Dynasty.
10 seconds.
As they are down one here to XFactor.
Billy Bernaccia coming out here to the snake side for XFactor.
Pretty big bite for Meter as he goes all the way to the back corner bunker, running a gunny here for XFactor. He makes it clean. Kyle Berry gets bounced. And then here comes Danny Schonauer for Dynasty as he goes all the way and touched into the 50-yard line here, Mike.
Yeah, we're seeing players that really take big bites now as we get deeper into this afternoon on that snake side when they're not contested early. Billy now getting into the snake. Danny's onto the Doritos for Dynasty. He's moved on to XFactor's side of the field, playing with incredible pace. Not sure that XFactor knows he's there. Billy's going to head check it a little bit. TJ Danner going to get close to Meter.
Yeah, dips out of that back center, gets into the Dorito-size Aztec, so two attackers, two bodies towards that D side, but they have to deal with the thorn in their side on that over there right now, and it's Danny Schonauer. Might be getting shot crossfield, though, as looks like Billy Bernaccia ripping a bounce shot. They're getting really close to Danny.
Yeah, I think they're breaking off the bunker right now. They didn't zip quite in there, but Billy clearly has done his homework on this layout, understands that there is an available bounce shot. Joe Barrett now crawling forward into that brick. Oh, but Billy going to get shot by Danny crossfield, so now Dynasty in full control.
Yeah, Kyle Berry can get up here a little bit. This should easily be Dynasty's point.
Two close bodies just crossed up. TJ Danner going to take the walk. Meter is also dead. Great job by Danny there.
Danny, the big Schonauer on that D side slash the top side, getting all the way into their Doritos, making his presence felt here for San Diego Dynasty as they're going to get on the board. Just under 5 minutes to go here. Dynasty not in a hurry, as it will be the tying point.
Mike Bianca going with the new school of Dynasty. Danny, who's been there for 2 years, and then the fresh pickups, Joe Barrett and Kyle Berry.
Yeah, it's good for reps to get those guys. The depth's huge, right? It's going to be probably 93 degrees Sunday afternoon. If you get stuck in the wild card, you got to win 4 games in a row to win the tournament. So, yeah, it's good to get Danny some good looks out there and have him play well. Same with Kyle Berry.
Yeah, and we're not seeing any of the old-timers. Yosh Rao, Ryan Greenspan, Alex Frazier. Those guys are going to say thanks, but no thanks. We'll see you when it's 5-man time. Now, Impact in this. I think this game is actually tied. Impact scored that first point, unless something crazy happened that I'm unaware of. But now La Papa coming forward for Heat. Fry getting a spin. Fry. Rainey Stanzak up in the middle for Impact.
Yeah, body coming off. Tyler Panilio taking the walk here for Impact. Rainey is going to go from the inside and out all the way into D2 and makes it clean. Nick Laval alive in Snake 2. Referee's going to come and give Rainey a check. Nick Laval popping the top on the other side. Rainey's clean.
Yeah, it's 2-0 Impact here. Heat coming forward now. Kill Tyler. It's Nick Laval and Rainey Stanzak. Those are two very difficult guns to get through. La Papa, haven't seen much of him so far here for Houston Heat. Rainey Stanzak made that great move across on the fill, making it more difficult for Heat to come forward on that side.
Yeah, Laval dips the inside part of the snake, goes to the wedge.
2-0 Edmonton Impact. Regardless of what the scoreboard says, they actually are nursing a 2-point lead here. It's behooves Heat to come forward with just 1:40 left.
Yeah, just minute 40, trying to make something happen here. Like Mike just said, it is 2-0 impact. So it is up to Heat, try to make something happen. This high body moment, slight high body moment.
Heat, Chad George, Jackson, and LaPapa.
Ooh, Phil all the way back for Rainey. Cost him his body, though, as LaPapa was on that angle and didn't miss his shot.
Yeah, it might have changed might have ended the match if Rainey was able to live in that retreat, but instead the ball's going to get taken out. So Heat going to narrow the lead to 1. Chad George remembering the situation there. Sprints in. 1-point game with a minute left in 3-man. That's plenty of time.
Yeah, that's definitely enough time.
Rivers point.
Now the question for Heat, kind of a similar question in the last set when you had Fit. Do you go heavy guns to try to get that early kill? How comfortable do you feel with that? You try to take some ground, you go middle. Middle's super safe to get a ton of ground, but getting past there has been difficult.
Yeah, and I think it's tough, too, because Impact has really worked in those deep runs with Mikey. Mikey has been up in their business early, so if you go short and you don't connect on a short shot and they go deep, then all of a sudden your offense can be, starting on the back heel. As we see this tight game, XFactor Dynasty, long way to go in this one.
Ooh, Archie might have caught a bounce. No, it broke. And
Cody Bayless took a digger, lost half his hopper, and I think tanked himself in the gut. Smart concession there. Oh,
yeah, he grabs his chest. This is what we didn't want to see here because, again, they're light on their line. He's a pretty tough guy, so as long as that shoulder's okay, it's just a pec contusion, I'm sure he's going to be all right.
Yeah, he just ran out and took a core sample with his barrel, tanked himself, lost half his hopper. Probably got the wind knocked out of him a little bit there.
1 minute.
But it sounds like he's already making jokes about it in the pit, so it seems like Cody's going to be all right for XFactor. Now we're going to have Brandon Cornell, Justin Cornell, and Tyler Harmon coming out here for Impact with a 1-point lead, just over a minute left. And it's going to be Chad and the Blast Camp alum, Jackson Frey and Cody LaPapa out here.
So they've score is correct now. 2-1 is the score. See if Houston Heat can do it again, tie it up. Because we got about 20 seconds to go for the start of this next one.
20 seconds.
Paint the picture, Tyler Harmon says. I love that. Raspberry.
10 seconds.
Impact, I think, has the deepest code glossary of any team out here. They have so many codes on that team.
What is raspberry?
I guarantee you Dave Baines will not tell you what it means. Brandon Cornell might have taken a bounce going out to the corner.
Yeah, so on a staggered delay, Chad George does make it into Snake Alive. Jackson's going to follow him up, get to the South Electronics can, and then get up to the mini wall. Chad hits the deck to crawl up into Snake 3.
So now 40 seconds left, 3.3 bodies alive, but Impact has some clock-killing spots.
Chad's in spots, trying to make something happen here. But does have to worry about that crossfield shot. He's blocked out slightly from the pin. Jackson pushing the issue in the middle.
The JC to get the Snake Rito.
LaPapa has to get in this play. There's 20 seconds left. Everyone's looking at Chad. Chad has 2 guns on him. Cody's only looking at 1 gun.
JC's wheeling and dealing. Cody has not done enough here. Impact is going to burn the clock here, barring a major penalty. Really nice job by Justin Cornell, understanding the field, going into that Snake Rito. Really nice job by Tyler Harmon to stay alive. Chad George, too little, too late. Impact, moving on.
Yeah, I mean, with JC looking crossfield at Chad and Tyler also on Chad, it was just Brandon Cornell looking at LaPapa. I mean, maybe he was just too worried about JC because Chad got all the way into the backfield. If LaPapa was on the edge of that play a little bit, or he was taking a little heat off of Chad, Chad could have made that move earlier. Regardless, they are in the winner's bracket, so Heat still has life left in this tournament.
Meanwhile, Dynasty up 1, XFactor looking to tie it up after a really blown point. The last one, Billy Bernaccia does make Snake off the break. However, Arturo matches on the other end. Billy now crawling forward into the Snake Rito. XFactor is losing TJ Danner out of the back center.
Blake dodges one in the back center here for Dynasty as Billy trying to push the issue. With a lot of time left, they're going to be losing another body. But TJ, we're taking that early walk. That's going to force a concession. It was just Billy Bernaccia left alive, so Dynasty going to stack up another point. 3-1 will be the score with 4:19 to go. Quick points out here in this game.
Yeah, just backfield deaths. That'll make it quick right there. TJ and Meter both dying out of their bunkers. Dynasty developing really nicely there. Like the play call, Harrison Fry running and shooting to the snake or the Dorito corner. That guy does a lot of lateral drills in his dojo up in northern Massachusetts.
So now Dynasty and XFactor are going to be on X-Ball. Being shorter break in between points here.
Let's see Dynasty, what they're going to go with a 2-point lead here, man.
Yeah, 2-point lead. Again, these points are going really fast. So, and with the way this field's playing, you can kind of hang in there from the pocket. You can play a little defensive on this field. We'll see what bodies they bring out to do so, before they're going to try to throw some punches as well, too. Also, if you guys are joining us, social media, thank you guys so much for joining us here, watching this 3-man championship. Still got a lot of paintball to play, which later in the day we will be heading over to MLPB Plus. So please join us there. And then obviously the big third event going down starting tomorrow morning, as the 20 best teams in the world going to be fighting it out, see who's going to win this Midwest Open.
Enjoy this little appetizer, but the real meal happens on MLPB Plus. That's where the big dogs get down.
And if you do subscribe and support us, thank you so much. We're trying to do the best we can. We have for years to bring you the best product we can, but that's all about you and your support. So please let everyone know that these epic paintball battles going down this weekend here a little outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. As we got about 20 seconds to go before the start of this next one. Looks like Barrett, Schonauer, and is that Kyle Berry?
Berry.
Yeah, Kyle Berry getting another spin. Okay.
And then it's Archie, Meter, Colt 45. And down to his XFactor here. Last 2 points were really blowouts in favor of Dynasty. XFactor, though, running Colt Roberts around the corner quickly into the Dorito 2. Colt Roberts looking spry.
They might as well let him start in D2, because he's pretty much been there almost every single point I've watched him play. He's just been in D2 within 5 seconds.
You know, they've struggled at times in this match, but I really like the way that Colt Roberts and Archie Montemayor are attacking this layout. They're playing with a ton of vision. It's like what we saw Frank doing for the Ironman. Players who feel comfortable moving behind their guns are taking bites out here.
It looks like Fuzzy. Matt Jackson making the move up the middle. And here comes Colt Roberts, gets into D3. So offense developing nicely here for XFactor, and they need it. Danny Schonauer going to crawl up into Snake 3.
I don't think Fuzzy knows he's there. Comes off of it. Fuzzy switches inside. Colt Roberts shooting up the middle here.
Still 3-on-3. Looking at Colt Roberts here on your screen. Trying to rip that crossfield lane.
Danny Schonauer going to retreat. Joe Barrett trying to hold up Archie Montemayor over there, communicating well with fellow new pickup Kyle Berry. 2-point lead, 3 minutes left. The Dynasty guys always preach situational paintball. That's the reason why the Dragon has been dominant over the years. And they hold their new pickups to a high standard. Here comes Fuzzy Jackson forward. Now he's crawling onto Dynasty's end of the field. He's hunting for Danny, but Danny's not there anymore.
Yeah, it was a good tactical retreat from Danny Schonauer, kind of setting a trap. But Fuzzy's alive on their side.
It was wonderful how Fuzzy didn't overcommit to a body that was no longer there. However, great move by Kyle Berry to come forward and shoot him in the back. That was awesome by Danny to live, pick it up, communicate it, and Kyle to make the move to counterattack.
Yeah, the chess match of high-level paintball. I like all those moves. Just played out nicer for Dynasty. Trap set perfectly by Danny Schonauer. Now a 3-on-2 advantage here for Dynasty and a 2-point lead. No concession from San Antonio. So Roberts at the 50-yard line here.
So, Matty, I'm sure you know this coaching divisional players, but sometimes you hate to see players retreating because you like for them to attack. However, with a 2-point lead and a smart player like Danny, you bait someone like Fuzzy Jackson forward, and then you stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, divisional players rarely tactical retreat.
They retreat out of cowardice sometimes, is what I mean.
Colt Roberts keeping him in this one, though. He gets a shot on Danny. 2-on-1 as Archie Montemayor taking the walk, but then Colt is going to get shot as well, too. And at the minute 43 left, now going to be down by 3. It's going to be a full court press here for XFactor, no choice.
Awesome job by Kyle Berry there. I think that was a 3-pack, and that wasn't a 3-pack where someone just goes to the other end and eats. That was a 3-pack of counterpunch paintball and connecting on shots with a lead, not forcing the issue too hard. Really nice job. Love seeing Kyle Berry in a high responsibility role on that Dorito side, executing nicely, giving Dynasty a 3-point lead. Ryan Brandon, Dixon Yang, I'm sure they got some inventive play calls coming, though.
We were talking earlier how TJ Danner, so many second places throughout the years. Got a text from Eric Hunter, a good friend of ours, ex-Dynasty player. Said TJ Danner just won the ICPL in Maryland with him a few weeks ago. It's a big pro win.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure TJ's not going to take that one, though, Eric. Valiant attempt, though, my friend.
10-man is cool. Those tournaments are really hard, but I think this is a different beast out here. This is where the young dogs and the big dogs get down. Not to take anything away from the old dogs. I know I'm
feel personally attacked.
I know I'm sitting next to one
old.
right now.
Getting older by the day, fortunately.
Yeah, we're all moving in the same direction, Maddie.
Indeed. So with this pretty massive in this situation, 3-point lead, Dynasty going to throw Arturo, Blake, and Harrison out there and hold off what they know is going to be a very quick attacking San Antonio XFactor crew with. They put Bayless back out there? Yeah, Bayless is fine.
Love to see it. It's Billy B, Cody B, and TJ D out here for XFactor.
10 seconds.
The question is, what sort of reckless attack are we going to see? Now, the good thing for XFactor is they're in. We're still in the winners bracket,
right?
So they're still in this tournament.
Billy runs and shoots all the way to the Snake Rito off the break, and unable to shoot Harrison.
They lose Cody Bayless, though. TJ fills that spot, back corner bunker on the D side. 2-on-3 situation in favor of Dynasty.
Yeah, and they're set up nicely. Archie Montemayor retreating now into that wall, but he's going to be able to keep Billy Bernaccia in check. TJ Danner is going to have a tough time going forward with Harrison Fry inside and Blake Yarber's gun to get through. Dynasty's going to, if they can take another 20 seconds off the clock here, this match is over. Harrison Fry now scooting out into the Dorito corner for Dynasty. All 3 bodies left alive. They've taken one off XFactor.
Yeah, with XFactor knowing that they're still in this tournament, even if they lose this game. Yeah, and there goes the next one.
Blake Yarber upset. He wanted to bunker Billy right there.
I was listening for a second. I was wondering, they're not jumping at Billy.
No.
Wondering what they were kind of discussing. But
no,
they wanted that kill.
I think it was a feeding frenzy, and Blake was intercepted before he was able to feast on Billy.
Well, Dynasty trying to make a statement. Historically gets the best of XFactor.
Yeah.
Let's talk about those second places. Decent amount of those have been to Dynasty.
Yeah. Still, what are we in the Ocho finals right now?
I believe so. We got a lot of paintball to play here. This 3-man championship. It's been entertaining, though. Some a couple blowouts here or there. We're watching one here currently, but it's been a decent amount of overtimes and one-on-ones. I believe once we get past, I think, the next round, then we start going to an actual overtime period, which you'll still get a one-on-one if you don't get that overtime.
It's a fun format. 3-on-3. See fewer bloodbaths off the break. Fewer really tightly locked points. It's just a bit more freedom out here. Gun battles as important as ever. Communication as important as ever. Fun style of play.
Yeah, but it does appear that favorites here at this tournament emerging in Impact and Dynasty.
Yeah.
In the winners bracket, not dropping a game yet.
30 seconds.
Both those teams with very deep rosters, too. They're not going to be selling out their chances for the tournament that begins tomorrow.
Yeah, and also interesting, as you brought up earlier, Dynasty, Impact running almost all their guys, whereas Dynasty, no Alex Frazier, no Yosh Rao, no Ryan Greenspan. Saving it for the 5-man X-Ball going down tomorrow morning.
Now, just under a minute left to go. 4-point lead.
Ooh, Kyle. Kyle Berry, no chance of making it out to that Aztec on the D side. So with 40 seconds left, does look like XFactor will be putting a point on the board.
Yeah, quick work. Fuzzy Jackson coming through the middle.
Trying it. Down 4, 30 seconds left. Good luck.
Hits the buzzer. A little malfunction there. He wants 5 seconds back on the clock, perhaps.
Getting extra practice out here.
Down 3. Just need 3 10-second points left to tie the game.
Way B, Fuzz. Way B, Arch.
3-man, great way to end practice, too, if you're practicing 5.
So we're actually heading, quarterfinals right now. Because Impact and Dynasty will be a semifinal match. But we have to get through the losers bracket.
Gotcha.
A little more paintball to play down there. So yeah, Dynasty just, again, with this giant lead. Wouldn't say it didn't look like they were obviously trying. XFactor was very much trying to score that point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then between Impact and Dynasty, who would you say is the favorite in that one? Since they look the best, obviously emerging out of the winner's bracket to go into the semis.
Yeah, I would go Impact. I just like the way that Mikey and JC are playing on that snake side, and then both Brandon and Dalton are playing really well over here. I mean, I just think top to bottom, they're all playing very well, and with a bit more attack.
And deeper.
And deeper.
Yeah, they more options. So definitely still, I would say the Impact is probably the odds-on favorite there against Dynasty in that semifinal match. So it looks like Arturo Andrade, Blake, and Harrison Fry going out for Dynasty, and then Billy Bernaccia, Cody Bale is going to get another spin. Good to see he's okay. They're taking that core sample, and Colt Roberts. So look for Colt Roberts to be in D2 right off the break.
Oh, yeah. Right around that corner.
Does look like Cody's going that side.
Yeah, actually, I think Colt is going to play the back center, and Cody's going to go that way. Billy probably going to try to run and shoot into that Snake Rito again. Harrison Fry, though, looks like he wants to run and shoot to that corner. Colt up the middle. Billy all the way to the 50 wedge.
Arturo getting in a good spot to stop the middle attack, though, and the D-side attack. But Billy alive on their side. No, he does get clipped. Colt Roberts still alive.
He's the last body alive.
He's about to get double bunkered. Nope, just Harrison. Very kind. Shot him in the pack, 1 ball.
What a gentleman Harrison Fry is.
It's running that score up, though. So I think that's the most points we've seen scored here with a 6 on the board here for San Diego Dynasty.
Yeah, all Dynasty out here in this one. Really nicely done.
So that is going to do it. Stage is set in the semifinals in the winner's bracket. Edmonton Impact and Dynasty. Still more paintball to play, though, in the elimination bracket. Here at the Midwest Open, we'll be right back.
Closet! Kill the closet! Kill the closet!
We gotta be alive. Hey, Diesel, America off the break. Hold the zone. Delta money inside.
Diesel! Diesel! Diesel!
Game time finished. Game stop.
Hey, all good. A little frustrating because we should have dominated, but hey, win's a win.
Kyle! Kyle! I'm down to my last. I'm down to my last.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Here, put it in. Good luck.
Who's across? It's closet home on me.
Hey, I can go through the middle and get the closet.
You got to be careful of the Delta guy.
That's what I'm wondering.
Okay, hey, you know Clint's in the air. Hey, fire! Fire! No, Arizona. Yeah, go to the closet at least right now. Cobra money. I'm going.
They got the Tiger King Guzman. It's the one on the snake side here. Diesel also getting into the 50 snake.
So Kuzman's going to run to his death, though. Tried to bunker him out, not able to get him. Yeah, not even a trade.
Yeah, he didn't know that Mouse was there. Mouse just shoots 2 more. Shoots him on his first engagement. And he lived? Oh, my goodness. Dies in the end, but I think that was a 4-pack for Mouse.
I need my gun. 40 seconds. I'm on it. I'm on it. Missouri. Missouri. Kill 4. Hey, 60 seconds. Kill 4. Come on. Come on. Fucking go. Way to be. Be confident in your comms. Hey, check the power play. Hey, Dorito 2's gonna go. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Hey, Ricky.
Yeah, I think
Ricky,
Diesel's
kill
going to be
3.
pretty content. Undefeated on day 1.
Yeah.
Looking
Hey,
real good.
stay
Yeah, they're
fire.
in the driver's seat. They came into this with a chip on their shoulder.
And if you beat Legion by 4, you're a favorite to win this tournament.
An
Magic.
awesome job sprinting
Yes.
downfield to put
Come
one more
on.
on the board.
Let's fucking go. Let's go. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Get it on me. Diesel. Diesel. Diesel.
Here we go. Dinner on you, motherfucker. I got it.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and...
Welcome back here as we are in the elimination bracket. Red Legion going to be taking on Arsenal. Also, Ironman taking on Tampa Bay Damage. And Matty Marshall alongside Kyle Spica, AC Diesel, Tigerware, and the Spick and Span Show, and Mike Jeffrey. Point number 1, Legion starting from the red side. And they're going to immediately attack with Stanton up the middle of the field quick. He gets all the way onto Arsenal's side of the field. No, good zone control here for Arsenal. Going to be a 3-on-2 situation here in favor of Arsenal.
It's interesting, too, because you make that gap across, and if your Aztec guy on the diagonal doesn't have it, looks like he got shot going through that gap.
Yeah, Amara.
Arsenal. Yeah, Amara over there.
Yeah, Arsenal going pocketed up with Caleb Abel, Cody Mikowski, and Stephen O'Mara. Now Caleb getting into the snake 1, surveying over the top of that. O'Mara calling America. That's their "We have all bodies alive" call. Saying, let's go, Caleb. Trying to get the gas pedal going. Caleb has Smotrov in front of him. Kuzman in snake 2 for Red Legion. Loser will be eliminated from this 3-man tournament out here.
Caleb Abel in a good spot at that snake 3. We're calling it the snake Rito. Kyle.
I like it.
Because it's a Dorito and a snake.
Yep.
Get it?
Mm-hmm.
That's my dad joke for the weekend. Yeah, Kuzman in the snake Rito right now at snake 3 position. No one putting any pressure here on Kuzman.
I do believe that O'Mara knows he's there. Now we hear...
That rub on the...
Yeah, it looked a little shady to me when he filled out, but
yeah.
The ref was right there staring at him. Now Caleb onto Red Legion side of the field. He shoots Kuzman. Good job by Caleb. He wants another. Doesn't get him, though.
Caleb's had a couple good looks over there as he does trade out, it looks like, with Smotrov as well, too. Good little close here for Caleb Abel, leaving O'Mara alive with Cody Mikowski. So first point here is going to go to Arsenal.
30 seconds.
Have you guys felt like the pace has changed at all from earlier today? Slowing down a little bit? Or?
Not really. Not really. I mean, Dynasty just put up 6 points.
Yeah.
So maybe a touch, but not much.
I think the meta has been that taking those back 3 bunkers and feeling good about your short shots off the break. We've seen a lot more of that. However, with 3-man, just with less paint in the air, those secondaries are so available. So I haven't seen the overall pace slow down, but I do feel like conservative breakouts. Although, as we see both teams run and shoot to the snake off the break, or damage with Keith Brown all the way into the snake Rito. Frank has been living up here in the snake Rito quite a bit today.
Yeah, Frank's been pretty relentless.
Here.
Yeah.
Shoot Keith on this cross.
Yeah, Frank's been pretty relentless, and so is Keith over there, pushing the issue on the snake side for damage and for the Ironman. So that's the battle going down right now, Ironman and Tampa Bay here. And trying to use your words, Kyle. What are you looking at?
So this wasn't like this on some of the practice field, but the snake Ritos, there's a little small tiny gap where they can actually see each other now. So Keith was playing kind of big in there, and then Frank was there, finally found it, just missed a shot.
Is that your first check off, you think, in that spot?
I think now, but you're also kind of looking for those middle guys.
Right.
But that shot, I know, at least at our practice, those two snake Doritos couldn't shoot at each other.
And Kyle, from the snake Rito forward into that wedge, would you say it's the brick and then the wedge on the other side of the field are your primary middle presences that you're worried about?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you need to check those guys off.
Yeah.
Probably even your center wedge, just in case that guy came across that gap.
Right.
Well, right now, damage heavily pushing that snake side. Marcel and the snake Rito, and then Keith Brown at that 50. That's going to force a tactical retreat here from Frank Antetomaso as he gets back into snake 2. Still 3 bodies alive for both of these squads.
Yeah, I heard the Ironman say, I heard Henry Sense or Pat Kraft say, I don't know, Henry just got shot in the elbow. That's a hit on Henry Sense's elbow, I'm almost certain.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it does look.
Might not be there the next time he comes out. And Pat Kraft getting shot on the fill out to the Dorito side. Henry now walking off, so it's a 3-on-1 in favor of damage here. Just Frank Antetomaso. And the Ironmen are going to concede 1-0 damage.
What was interesting, which I found a lot of fun in this format, was that you could get really creative off other people's moves. And you can use a lot more.
30 seconds.
You can use even open space on the field a lot. Just running in through different blind zones based on, who got shot out of your opponents.
Right.
Yeah, I saw you save a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
Yeah.
In a good way for you.
In 3 minutes, funny, when you know someone's crawling, if they're crawling forward, they're not going to shoot you for 5 seconds. And you can kind of, run off of that.
Yeah.
In a way you kind of can't in 5-man. Archie Barnes Jr. quickly into Snake 2 for Arsenal with a 1-point lead. However, he has Jameson Stanton in that center brick. Now coming onto his end.
That was odd because it looked like
Benny Carroll was inside from that Aztec. Should have been able to see that gap. Does not see it.
Just didn't have his gun up on that lane. Now fill out wide. Vasquez, he's going to move up and start the attack on the D side here for Red Legion. Stanton in a good spot. On to Arsenal's side with a 1-point lead.
Yeah, Vasquez developing nicely off of Stanton's position there. Benny Carroll tucked so tightly into that Aztec.
Well, Vasquez is one of the reasons that they're even this deep in the tournament right now. He's had a couple good ones. Stanton's had some good looks.
Yeah, the youngsters for Red Legion playing well. They're deep in this tournament, in the elimination bracket, in a do-or-die against Arsenal, down 1, but pressing the issue in a 3-on-3. Arsenal hanging tough. They've been good at this in 5-man and in 3-man. Tough to dig out as a team.
Well, we've seen some teams thrive in these defensive positions, but you have to play tight and you have to make your shots when you play defense. Overwatch here for ABJ with Cody Mikowski behind him at that South Electronics can. Stan's been patient here, just kind of waiting for ABJ to move up to this next spot. A lot of time to work with. Legion is the one that needs a point, though, so eventually they're going to have to try to make something happen. With 3:30 left on the clock, they have tons of time to do it in this 3-man format.
So what you're looking at here, too, I guess, who has the move here for Arsenal. I think it's probably, is that Cody in the snake can?
Yep.
He could maybe find some space to go right at the center brick. Now it's cut down a little bit.
Now Red Legion not feeling any pressure on that snake side. Getting to the 50 wedge. Now into Arsenal's end of the field. unable to shoot Benny in the pack. Benny is on the ground, tucked really tight into that Aztec. It's only Archie Barnes Jr.'s gun inside on that player for Red Legion, however. Benny playing so tight in there.
He's doing some combat yoga pose right now.
That's his bread and butter, Benny. Archie Barnes with the good comms in the snake, but Red Legion developing their attack. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, just down 1. Sunday-style pace in this match so far.
So you'd asked earlier, Kyle, about the pace, but this is kind of what we're starting to see. Guys making moves, but now as we're getting a little bit deeper in the tournament, we are starting to see some Sunday-esque type paintball out here. Kind of like what it's going to look like in a 3-on-3 on Sunday.
Yeah.
This was the intel on the calls that I made, too, that in low-body situations, 3 networked guns could really lock up the field. Shout out to the Spick and Span show. I didn't get to go to any practices. You guys had a really good post-layout breakdown. Helpful. Now Vasquez taking another bump forward. Try to put pressure on Benny. Benny has to suck all the way in. Can't even keep his gun up right now in order to live. Minute 45 left.
I think this is the longest 3-on-3 that I've seen all day today.
It's a great test for the youngsters of Red Legion, too. These are the players who are fighting for play time, trying to work their way into that starting lineup. And if you want to do that, you got to be able to break even body situations and got to have it points like this current situation.
Yeah, a lot of, again, limited paint. So when you're able to carry 4 pods out, see a lot of empty packs out here. Stanton hitting the deck. He's going to crawl here.
Sneaky move.
He's going to sneak across and pause momentarily, potentially at the wedge. Going to get a head check.
If he does.
Continues his crawl here, Kyle. He's going to come around, and he gets the shot and then gets diced up, traded the body. Mikowski did have Overwatch, but it was a crafty play by Stanton.
Camera.
Yeah.
Oh.
Vasquez also improved his position. Should have a better angle here.
Benny wheeling and dealing right here. Now makes the move to the outside. That's huge.
Ooh, Cody Mikowski gets his eye dotted by Vasquez. Vasquez is on one today.
1-on-1. No.
Did he trade out? Yeah, no, Benny's dead.
Yeah.
Thought it was a 1-on-1 for a second with Benny Carroll and Vasquez, but Vasquez prevails yet again to tie this game up with just 28 seconds left to go. Definitely the longest point we've seen out here today.
A break, don't bend moment for Red Legion right there.
Yeah, I feel like also, too, it got a little bit warmer out. And, again, we're about to go into playing a tournament. So I think managing energy levels and not.
How did you guys decide to do that? Some teams, Red Legion, for instance, were not seeing any of their core starters, seeing nothing but a steady dose of the youngsters. Dynasty, no Yosh Rao, no Alex Frazier, no Ryan Greenspan.
We actually had 4 missing because of the weather. Flights.
You guys did?
Yeah. Mark, Clint, and Ice landed like 2 hours ago. Jesse also flight got canceled last night, so we just had Mouse, myself, Celos.
That explains so much.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Celos was on our flight. He got in at 2 o'clock in the morning. So body coming off right now here is damage. 2-on-1 here in favor of the Ironman. Body in the snake and Kyle over here. Oh, but Frank and Tommaso getting shot. It's going to be a 1-on-1 situation. Kyle figures it out, though, as he cuts the gap, gets to the Hertz Tower. Chris Shear.
Getting sneaky.
Chris Shear's been phenomenal today, Kyle.
He's done so well sneaking out on the wire and killing the snake guy in front of him. He's done quite a bit of that today. That's how he shot Frank to get this to a 1-on-1. Now trying to get lost with Nicolau.
Kyle with a full commitment. Oh, and he catches Chris sleeping and gets the kill on. A beautiful job by Kyle. Did he trade out with it?
I thought Kyle did it clean. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Nicely done, Kyle Nicolau, bunkering Chris Shear in a 1-on-1.
Well, and the way he did it, too. Yeah, just completely getting lost and executing the proper angle on that to get the kill and put the tying point on the board. 3:44 to go.
Kyle Nicolau, sometimes you hear his voice get all raspy. He starts going crazy. Bunkers Chris Shear in a 1-on-1. Cool as a cucumber. I like that, though. It seems like he gets jacked up for his boys, you know? For himself, he's low-key about it.
Timeout being called.
Tie game about, I think it's under 40 or 40-ish.
Yeah, right around there. 36 maybe.
So we got on the other side here, impact damage will be that.
It's just impact and damage.
On that other side, and then this.
So we're up to here. So just impact and damage left in the winner's bracket, and then Legion, Arsenal, Ironman, and damage. So getting deep into it here. Just a few more sets to go in this 3-man championship. You got a favorite overall right now? You think someone out of the winner's bracket, or are you picking one of these teams down in the elimination bracket?
I feel like it's going to come down to impact and damage, just from what I feel like I've seen so far, and who's left.
Yeah, Impact rolling with a little bit of a deeper line than Dynasty is. Dynasty did just beat the absolute brakes off of XFactor.
And that was impressive comeback against NYX.
Yep.
Well, yeah, so it's so XFactor and Heat just got knocked out. They're still in the tournament, so they're basically going to play the winners of this game right here.
So maybe we could yeah, it was interesting with the two elimination, double elimination.
Smotrov all the way into Dorito 3 off the break. Make that the wedge. Catching no pressure from Elliott Weaver or Stephen O'Mara over there. Caleb Abel tucking in. Just 12 seconds left. Stephen is dead. Smotrov is alive onto Arsenal's side of the field. Elliott Weaver and Caleb Abel tucking in for their lives.
Only 5 seconds left to go, though. I think we're going to see an overtime point. As time expires, a minor penalty was thrown, so it's getting a bit chaotic over here as Legion with the full send, trying to get the win at the end. Listen in real quick.
I think Caleb Abel got that minor.
Yeah, I think he might have gotten a talking penalty right there with a body. Yeah, talking penalty, the ref is saying. So that pulls the last body. But I don't think that should stop the clock, though. A minor penalty for talking with a body to pull because Elliott Weaver was alive.
Was he?
I thought he was. I thought he was.
Yeah. It looked like Weaver was still alive.
30 seconds.
Well, Pitts is losing it right now.
Yeah, Russian Legion chirping toward the Arsenal pit. Trozen shaking his head, talking with the head ref. They usually do a good job at figuring out. Trozen is looking like he's going to get intel before he goes into the booth to review. Either going to be an overtime or a Russian Legion victory is my guess here, Maddie.
Yeah, well, Trozen is slowly but surely still talking to the referee. There was a bit of chirping going back and forth as Karslev's not suited up. He's up there with Coach Max, and they were like, no. They started to yell at the Arsenal pit. Jumping into this next one, though, as looks like Ironman going to be dropping Kyle to hero that last point, as here comes Pat Kraft Jr. attacking up the middle with a 3-on-2 situation here in favor of Tampa Bay Damage with 3:30 on the clock still.
Chris Horn sneaking out into that Dorito corner and got eyes on Kraft. That was huge.
Yeah, Henry Sintz sneaks up to the 50 and gets the shot in on Horn. 2-on-2, probably in favor of the Ironman because both those bodies are on that side as damage now. Keith's going to launch. Oh, Keith gets killed. Beautiful job by Keith Brown, leaving just Henry Sintz in a 1-on-2.
Henry tries to send it, unable to put a ball on Donaldson. So Donaldson and Keith Brown going to give Damage a 1-point lead here against the Ironmen.
Tell you what, the grass, nice change from
AC.
Yeah, it's pretty.
How's it feel out there?
It's perfect. It's really nice.
Yeah. So also after the conclusion of this match, please head on over to MLPBplus.com to watch the conclusion of this 3-man championship here at the Midwest Open. Still trying to figure things out here down in the pits.
I heard Trozen call out to Chris Jansen for Arsenal. This looks like a 1-on-1, Maddie.
Oh, going to 1-on-1s here. Is it tied at the end of regulation, still in 1-on-1s?
Vasquez,
got to be Vasquez, right? Yeah, Vasquez and... Oh.
Dang.
Oh, but Cody Mikowski triumphant. Running and gunning. Run and gun out in his first stream. So Vasquez's streak of 1-on-1 victories ends. And that is going to knock Red Legion out of this tournament. So Arsenal will move on.
Cody Mikowski, the big dog from the Midwest. Hometown event for the Wisconsin assassin out here, running and shooting, dots the youngster's eye.
Coast to coast. About the farthest shot, unless it was corner to corner, that you're going to find on this field. And he did it basically on the run. Cody Mikowski veteran legend, Midwesterner.
I think what keeps it interesting too, you know, trying this out with the pros is that everyone's reaction time is so quick. So if something happens on one side of the field, you see the other guys going off, or if you're in the middle of like a hard press on one side, the other team picks it up, they can easily counter it. So there's a lot of good aggressive play on both sides of the field through the middle, especially when like someone first takes that, like in that last point we saw where Keith saved them.
I would love to see a 3-on-3 tournament, but I was talking to Jason about this, our commissioner. I'd love to see it no split deck, only 30 seconds in between points.
Yeah, that.
Because then you really have to decide if the guy's got the gas. But you have rosters.
Yeah.
Or cut the rosters down to like 7.
Yeah, that is true.
So on the breakout here with a little under 3 to play. Ironman still down by 1.
Looked like damage bounced Frank, but Frank getting into that Snake 2 so quickly. He's been playing with really strong pace. Keith Brown, though, matching it. He's crawling into Snake 2 for damage here.
It does make this matchup interesting because both Keith and Frank are two of the best standouts getting into that Snake and getting into key spots early.
It looks like Sheer coming down into the Dorito 2 now.
Yeah, and Sheer so deadly, hopping out wide on the wire on that Dorito side. Henry Sense now following up with Frank into that Snake.
So Keith with no one to worry about in that middle. Gets across and to the 50-yard line.
Yeah, it looked like Frank tried to battle him inside from Snake Rito to Snake Rito, but then Keith Brown takes another bite. I think Pat Kraft was struggling to get his gun up, but now gets out into the corner. So 3-on-3. Ironman down 1 with under 2 minutes left to go. This is a really tough 3-on-3 spread to break if you're the Ironman with Keith Brown into that wedge.
Well, the Ironmen eventually are going to have to risk it, but like you said, with Keith where he is here on your screen, in only a minute 35, this is the deciding point right now.
Yeah, because of where he is, they can't really bully Chris Shear and just force a trade over there and try to make it fluid.
And Mike and Kyle, it's still 3-on-3.
Yeah.
So it's with a minute and 24 left, this is the deciding point.
Yeah. And Damage doesn't, they're still searching, especially mainly Marcelo and Chris. So this could open something up. Oh.
Frank pulls forward into the wedge. He gets picked up by Keith, but manages to live. Oh, and then gets shot in the first engagement by Keith. So now 3-on-2, advantage Damage with a 1-point lead and only 60 seconds left. Really difficult situation for the Ironman. Gonna have to gut out a gun battle victory.
And
can't just hang out here if you're the Ironman. Down 1 with under 60 seconds left to go.
No, the cardinal sin of paintball is to be alive in your bunker, down by 1.
Really smart by Chris. Might be hard to tell from just watching up here, but like he went from like a proactive play style, looking for bodies, trying to see what he could get. Then once he realized Frank was shot, he comes back more to protecting the inside.
That's why Shear's so good.
Yeah.
He plays the variables perfectly almost all the time. So if he needs to push or can push, because there's no pressure, he will. But the second that becomes a disadvantage based on the situation, he'll go to what's going to give him the highest percentage possibility.
Maddie, we got some sinners on this field right here. Henry Sense is going to launch, but I think Pat Kraft, I mean, he's dead, but didn't like the way that the Ironman finished up that point in a gotta-have-it moment there against Damage. Damage,
game finished.
Nicely done.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so Tampa Bay Damage going to punch their ticket. They knock the Ironman out of the elimination bracket, and they are going to move on to play either XFactor or Heat.
Felt like a lot of paintballs, too.
So that is going to do it here for this set. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Again, please head on over to MLPBplus.com for more of this action here. A 3-man championship going down at the Midwest Open, a little outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. We'll be right back.
winning 3 in a row is absolutely insane. So few teams have done it. I believe we're the third pro team to have ever won 3 straight events.
I think the other teams hope that they can put as much work and time into it as we do. I wish them good luck in those situations, but I feel like we're going to be able to work harder than anybody else in the league. And as we've shown, we're going to continue to win tournaments.
Now with back-to-back wins, I feel like that's a stepping stone that we reached, and the goal is to keep winning. Try to win as many as possible, win a series. That's the next steps, and it's always trying to get better, trying to progress as owners, players, teammates, brothers, friends, everything we can. Just keep progressing in life, and that's the goal.
Yeah, next step is 3 in a row this season, 4 in a row altogether, and then we'll keep going from there. Next up is Ohio. So NXL Ohio, we're coming for you.
You're all I ever need.